Oh, I forgot to mute myself. I forgot to unmute myself. Hi, how are you doing? Hi. Hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Ay. What a day. I woke up too early and now I'm very sleepy. I cannot believe it. I'm actually feeling sleepy. I mean, I have a huge cup of coffee here, so I think it's fine. It's fine. I'm good. Good hoi Pinky. How you doing? Also, hooray for daily subscriber to be back. It's on the top right now. It's big. And also, I've been listening to a lot of Pokemon Scarlet music. Well, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, good coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee's good. Like, this one is good, right? The Pokemon Scarlet music is really good so far. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to wake up still. But I want to say is, I feel like Pokemon Scarlet during battle music has a lot of like bass. The bass guitar. There's a lot of bass line in there. It's like, oh my god. Let me find the. Let me just find the. Okay, let's see. South Province. Okay, South. Pokemon Scarlet. Okay, wait. Scarlet. Where's the battle theme? Right, battle theme. Let's give it a listen. It's something about it. It's that it has a really good bass line. And recently I've been listening to bass guitar, like bass guitar music as well. It's like, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I for sure can hear it. It's so good. Like they are using bass guitar as main melody. It's like so cool. I love it so much, man. In person can tell instrument. Maybe because I guess I do care about music a lot most of the time. Yeah, I guess maybe I do. Yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I actually do. Like I don't really like admit to it most of the time, but maybe I do. Yeah, I care about music a lot. That I can sometimes I can tell what instrument is being used and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's great. Right, it's great. Like this whole theme right here is just baseline from start to finish. It's like, whoo! It's not as obvious, but if you listen to it, if you have like earphone and then just like bump up the music a little bit. I mean, don't bump up too much because my voice is like way louder than the music currently. But if you got the time, you can listen to the South Province Wild Battle theme, and then you can listen to it. It's like, yeah, bassline. It's really cool. I don't know why I'm just loving it. I'm just loving this a lot. Doing sleepy, yeah, same. I woke up at 6 today. Why? I don't know. I just sort of woke up that time and it's like, I'm not feeling sleepy anymore. And I just woke up and play Pokemon instead. So yeah, I did play a lot of Pokemon today, this morning at least. And now I'm feeling very sleepy. You also woke up at 6? Yeah! Woke up at 6 gang, let's go. Also today I feel like, I think Monsanto Stories 2 is close to an end. So I think I might be able to finish the thing today, maybe? I think. Because to be completely honest, I don't think I'm enjoying this game as much as I do anymore. And I'll try, I'll try someday to stream Skyrim. Without all the mods, I still want to play Skyrim on stream. It's so fun to do. Let me figure out something, right? I'm gonna figure out how, or if not, I'll just replay it. Yeah, that's why I picked it up again, but it's just like, I kind of want to finish it. I kind of want to finish Monster Hunter Stories too, but at the same time, I hate to say it, but I really am not enjoying this game as much anymore. I think probably it's because of the difficulty spike. To me, it's a little bit huge. Like I went from brute forcing things to, and then I need to think about what monster is weak to what element, and I need to memorize all their patterns. If not, I'm dead. Like there's too much going on with the game. The difficulty spike is too much, and I don't think I'm enjoying the game a lot currently. So yeah, it's sad to say. The difficulty spike is there and it's not enjoyable. Like, yes, I know most games, if not all, has difficulty spike to them. Yes, they do. But like, difficulty spike can be fun and also can be damning, right? And I think Monster Hunter Stories 2 difficulty spike is close to being damning, because I went from I can brute force with some minimum thinking to I need to memorize every single thing the monster does. I need to memorize every single monster. What are they? What pattern are they? And what element are they weak to? Like, it's too much. So that's why I'm not enjoying it a lot anymore, which is kind of sad, because I fucking love Monster Hunter. Just remove all the mod files and hope nothing breaks. Oh, but the thing is, I do have separate save file. Wait, let me go back. I do have separate save files, and like, although I did downgrade my Skyrim to 1.5.97, which is needed for Skyrim Special Edition mods. So that's why I downgraded it. But the version that I played initially is like the anniversary edition. So like, I don't know if I change back the file, is it gonna be like everything breaks? If it doesn't, then good. I can still play my streamed my streamed Argonian. And I can keep the not able to stream ones a separate save file in Vortex. Alright, so I guess I should try it out soon. Because also I feel like lately I'm a little too tired in terms of like in real life stuff. So that's why every time I stream, I just feel like I kind of want to play my own game, but at the same time I feel kind of bad for not completing like the story-driven games, because it's like you know, it's like when you're at the edge of the seat, and then the show just like you're gonna wait for the next episode, which we don't know what's gonna happen, which we don't know when are we gonna drop that. Right, so something like that. So it's like I kind of feel bad for not going through the story-driven games. But of course, I still enjoy them, right? Hollow Knight, Okami, and Nioh, these three. Yeah, these three is a really good game to play, especially Nioh. The pattern is what keeps my capacity for it. Yeah, the pattern is a little bit too much, I feel like. Me just don't understand why RPG needs pattern memorization. Me prefers it being reactionary. Reactionaries, yeah, I do prefer it that way as well, right? I mean, some people could, you know, I'm not gonna say all, but yeah, some people can find RPG pattern memorization fun. It's not for everyone. For example, it's not for me, right? Because I'm not really good at memorizing everything the monster does. I don't even know when they're gonna do AoE and just destroy my team and I have to go back and try again. Something like that, right? But also at the same time, I get it. It's a matter of try and error. And the more you try it, the more you feel natural to it, the more you will be able to memorize it, right? But sometimes just going back and find it again and lose again is kind of painful, right? It's not like it's a short trip, it's quite a long trip. That's why. One day less of streaming for a while? Maybe. But then again, during See, the thing is, I feel like when my sister comes back, which is at April 4th, I believe. Let's see. April 4th is like... Oh, that's like next Tuesday. Oh shit. Yeah, that's like next Tuesday. My sister will be back. So I guess during those times, I might be streaming less. Or if at all. Right, I don't know. We'll see, because I don't know. Because this time when my sister comes back to Miri, she'll be staying in a hotel with her boyfriend. Alright, so I don't know if I'll be able to spend more time with her. If I do, then I'll probably stream a lot lesser. But if I don't, I'll probably stream a little bit, you know, something like that. Like if I get to spend time with her, I will. So that is also why I'm kind of just like, I kind of want to keep the streaming going on for a little bit. Yeah. That's my reason anyway. Yeah, interesting family times ahead. True. In the meantime, let's open up Monsanto storage real quick. Oh, actually, nah. I'm gonna shrink myself first. Although, let me check if there's like any camera hotkeys here. Maybe we shall look at it together. Camera reset. Oh, switch camera. There it is. How do I even change that? This is camera 1. Control Shift 1, 2 to 9. This is 1, 2. Oh! 1. Oh, 2. 1, 2. Oh, shit! Then, so if I put 2 as this... Uh-oh. What the shit? What did I do? Whoa! Oh, it's the FOV, I think. Okay, FOV is 26. Something like this, and then distance far. Ooh, interesting. So if I do this, oh, that's easier. I should have done this. I should have done this long ago, huh? The camera behaves a little bit differently this time, but I don't know. Okay, let's see. 1, 2. Whoa. Easy. Oh my god. Have good luck, Brian. Magic. That's not magic anymore. Why am I gone? Help. Oh, I didn't. Did I hide myself? I'm gonna forget about it. Okay. Let's try again. Alright. In this scene. 1, 2. Oh, uh-oh. What is this? Help. Oh, I didn't expect this. Oh, is this Zoom? Oh, there it is. Okay, thank God. Okay. 2. Oh, did that zoom in my chat? Wait, that zoomed in my Twitch chat. What the fuck? That's kinda cool. I didn't know that. Is Control Shift button or Control Shift number like a universal zoom in zoom out button? Magic. I cannot believe it. It's magic. Kobo mind blown. You know, I'm so thirsty to play Skyrim. I'm gonna test it out tonight. The old save file and the new save file. I'm gonna test it out tonight and see if I'll be able to do it tomorrow. If not, you know what? I don't mind replaying everything since I didn't really do much. And also I didn't really get to play Skyrim lately just because of like You know, when I have my own time, I just prefer to play Pokemon Scarlet just because I don't have the capture card yet. I feel like I should invest in one so that I can play Switch games even when I stream. Because like I said, I treat myself like stream is also a way to treat myself, to be able to be myself and to be able to do my own thing and to be able to enjoy a bit of a me time, you know. It's like void when I do this, it's void of in real life shit that I don't have to think about. Yeah, couple times, right? It does outside the browser. Oh, so I guess you just zoom in, zoom out on the icons in desktop. Yeah, maybe that's it. So yeah, so last time I stopped here, this is Elder's Lair number 9. They say it's like the last base, and now I need to slay specified monsters. But since I'm having a tough time, let's go back to Lulusion. And let's have Reverbro with me. Maybe I like streaming for a bit of a personal reason. I don't know. Yep. Oh my god, Dop, hi. A raptor yippin'. So adorable. Yep, we're coming. Hey, Reverbro, can you help me? Bring along. Alright. Hope you're doing good, Dop. Oh, it's already level 20. I think that's the maximum. I'm already a bit more awake. Just a bit, yeah. A bit sleepy. Well, you and me and Pinky, 3 of us, yeah. Okay, I will moisturize. Make that 4, let's go. Make that 4 of us, yeah. The sleepy gang. Sleepy gang. Am I using Anapalas? Oh, not enough Velcana stuff? Hope you're doing good, Brian. Been here just wasn't chatting, kind of from being pissed off with the game. Oh, I understand that. It's okay. Hopefully you can settle down a little bit here. It's fine. You know, I get pissed at gamers as well. It's normal. Hi, Lex. Oh wait, that's another Lex. Hi, Cairo. What camera in? Hope you're doing good. Hi, you look new. Double legs. I mean, one is like actual legs, and then yours is like legs. It's like both the same pronunciation, but different things. Did your redeem go through? Which redeem? I only see the moisturize. I'm not saying that, Lex. Fighting death in run of blood, struggling and dying repeatedly, and then the golden run happens and I manage to expertly dodge every projectile in what I think is the most skilled gameplay I ever performed in my life. I wish I recorded it. Ooh. And then he goes into his second phase, only a few hits left to down him, but he swipes me from off screen. I fly off the platform for a ring out instant death. Oh shit! Oh, wow, that's rough. Shit. For a ring out, insta kill, dude. Shit, I would be pissed. Off screen as well. The good old Castlevania. Alright, I have Reverbero with me. I'm using Kushana. Trying to get back to that point after, so I shoot me up so bad that I was doing worse than before. Yeah, it happens. I know that feeling. Been there. I cannot talk to him. Oh, I already know what to do. Okay. Alright, time to kill him. So I think it's all... Brutigi? Okay. So it's all Tekken... It's fine. Vespoid is technical. I don't know what Brutigi does. I think Brutigi is speed. Oh, we don't have any... that's a bit of a problem. I mean, the bugs are dead, even though even if we don't kill it. We need power. Let's bring Hong Kong Life Boy here. What are you aiming at? Okay, let's do a double. Yeah, let's do a double. I wanna win. Or not, alright. Oh, it's AoE. I cannot double with AoE. Okay, I forgot. Nice. Rock toss, right? I think yeah, that's rock toss. Rock toss. I didn't see what. Okay, bring back Wimdy boy. Today is their savings day when we live, so streams equal 6 AM instead of 5 AM. Oh! God, daylight saving is so weird. Never tried bonk the legs. Oh! Rock toss. Oh! Oh shit, wait, it's power? It's been power all along? I'm dead. Now it should be speed. It is. Malaysia stopped doing that 89 years ago. Oh, Malaysia used to have that? Shit, I didn't know that. Oh boy, I'm doing this. I'm gonna heal. I don't think it's a good idea though. Maybe not. Oh shit, okay. Oh. Unfazed. Nice. That's kinda bad. Just kill it, just kill it. Rising Dragon? Yep, I'm bringing reverb, bro. I just want to have a... I don't want to suffer in this game anymore. Okay. Hi, Foxy Foxy. Oh. I don't want. Oh no, I need to get raging. I need to get monkey. I need to fight a primate. Oh fuck. I feel I never fought a Rajang before. Yeah, I never fought a Rajang before. What the fuck? Rajang feels very fast. Oh, it's power? Okay. Oh, nice! I'll get the hit. I feel like Trap Cycle is not as good. DSJ? Oh god, no. I'll charge. How's the Kobo? Kobo is very sleepy today. But Kobo is good, just sleepy, it's all. Ground slash P. Oh my god. Ground slash P. Elder Dominance? Is it aiming for you? No, it's not. Elder Dominance should be okay. Unless it's an AoE. Okay. Elder Dominance not... Elder Dominance doesn't work anymore, question mark? It's aiming for you? Looks like it's aiming for you, but it's... Huh? Is it an AoE? It could be AoE. It feels like it's AoE. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna shoot you. Oh. What the fuck? Thank you. Oh yeah, that's death. Is it not aiming at anyone? Speed aura? Oh shit. So Rajang is now speed? Okay. I'll get the head. No, actually... Not yeah. I'll get the head. Mach punch. Oh my god. Nice. Good. Elder Dominance, I don't know. I'm going to do Trap Cyclone or if I just do Trap Cyclone because I'm gonna be fast. Yeah, I need to survive, I cannot die. 1 health. Nice. Oh. Well, I didn't expect that. I got hit twice. Special for water to stay awake because it's what I do to stay awake. Special face with water. I don't wanna. Although I do have coffee here, which helps. Yeah, coffee helps. A lot. Yeah, coffee helps a lot. Okay, that one is just me not knowing what to do. Right, let's try again. Special. No! Such a waste of coffee. No. Coffee good. We drink, not splash. Oh, sorry. I really need to stop bonking, Mike. We drink coffee. Coffee good. That's close. Oh, that was not the S? Alright. Okay, we know it's power. And then it's focus power, I think. Is the Kushala? Yeah, it's a Kushala Daora. Methinks it is. Recognize the gate? Yeah, Kushala is a very unique gate. Maybe I should change weapon. Maybe I should bonk. Yeah, let's bonk him. No, do this. Actually, let's do double attack. Ground slash S. Oh yeah. Focus power. Yeah, let's do double again. Now he's gonna do speed aura and do one attack. I'll bonk the legs though. Nice. Oh my god. I survived. All elemental attack down. Good enough. You first. And then I'm gonna do it second. I don't know if it's gonna aim for me still. Oh, it's power? Oh shit. Oh, it's power aura. I didn't see that. It's power aura. Oh, is this gonna be one attack and then AoE? Oh, I think it is. Because I got hit twice just now. Yep, there is. We skipped it. Okay, now it's still power then. Nice. Nice. Focus power. Okay, head. Need to shoot the head. I'll charge here. Nice. Ground slash S. That's a lot painful for Goldian. That's very painful. Oh, it's thunder. Goldian's afraid of thunder. I forgot. Okay, now it's a mix. Gonna take something out that's not afraid of thunder. Body's probably cut. Well, probably. Oh, it's speed? Okay. Oh, you don't have technical skills. Oh, it's not cut? Oh shit. Got him. Yeah, that's bad. I think that's bad. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Well. Still fine. Oh, okay. I'll take it. See, the thing is now I need to constantly remind myself that next Saturday is gonna be a retro stream. I cannot forget about it again. Okay, all good. On the last Saturday of me being here. It didn't happen because I forgot about it. Don't worry, I will make sure that I'll be I'll make sure I remember it. Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's not next Saturday, it's this Saturday. Keyboards and lost a cat once more. It's okay. Oh my god, it's Kirin? Kirin is thunder, but I don't know what Kirin... Kirin feels speed. Kirin feels like speed. I'm going all out on technical. Yep. Nice. Already? Is it gonna be technical now? I know I'm gonna try. Oh. Still don't know what it does. Oh, I was right. Oh my god, I called everything right. It's doing something. Yeah, it's aiming at Ice Kacang, but it's not doing anything. Like, it's not showing me anything, so it's like... Oh, okay. Could just take the lightning strike, I guess. Oh, it's technical though. I need power. Oh yeah. Ground slash P. Nice. AoE. I will skip the AoE. I'll just do it. Oh, still so cool. Oh! What do you mean it can be downed? Who's fire? Okay, you are fire. Here. Any skill we can use? No, I don't even know kinship. Yeah, I can do Queen's Judgment then. Nice. Woo. What is it doing? It's not aiming at anyone. Okay, I need Ice Kacang back. Oh, that's new. Speed up. Don't care. Oh! That's not the easiest one by far. I mean, to be fair, I did call right on almost all the attack. I made the right call on almost all the attack, so yeah, that's why. Alright, I mean, I'll take it. Like, none of us is injured. Nice. Smart hunter. To be fair though, I guess I just hate Kirin so much that I just know what it does, maybe. Because even in the mainline series, I hate fighting Kirin. Just painful. Ooh, Toby! So rare to see a Toby here. Dracophage bug? Really? Oh. Dead! 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 Okay, Kushala is afraid of lightning. Because I've been using Kushala for a long time. Only Aikigbo is lightning. Okay, let's do it. Let's go, Iking boy. Technical? Is Kushala speed? I mean, yeah, Kushala is fast. I'm gonna do power. Yeah, I was right. It's doing something. Stinky. Oh. Oh boy. Nice. Yeah, let's heal for a little bit. Day. Oh, when it's flying, it's speed. Okay. The Kushala noises. Another AoE? Probably. I gotta heal then. I don't think this is enough for Reverto. Like, Rever Bro is afraid of Kushala. Oh, okay. Hi. Virtually Heroes? Hi. VH Raid? Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Oh my god, Pokemon! I've been loving Pokemon for a while lately. How is Pokemon Ultra Sun? Never heard of that though. Which gen is that? Also, welcome everyone. Hi hi. Thanks for the raid, Virtually Heroes. My name is Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games like this one, and I play fighting games as well. I love dragons a lot, and I do art occasionally. So, welcome in. Hope you guys enjoy your stay, and I hope you enjoy Pokemon Ultra Sun and or Moon. Gosh, Pokemon. I want to play Pokemon. It's so good. I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Scarlet lately. It's super fun. I'm loving every moment of it. Okay, now it's pissed. Gen 7? Oh, okay. We're working on completing our living decks in Pokemon Home. And need a lot of Pokemon from Sun and Moon. Oh, Pokemon Home... Pokemon Home is something in Switch, right? Yeah. It must be. I saw Pokemon Home in like Nintendo eShop, I think. Gosh, I don't know much about it. But hey, good luck with completing your living decks. It's hard work, but you got this, I believe. I don't know what it does. I'm gonna do this and see what it does. Hey, Elder. Oh shit. Okay, lucky. So it's power. Poor reverb bro, just getting hit over and over. You have speed, right? This one. Let me see if I can double. No, Plasma Blaster is AoE. I cannot double that thing. It's fine. Pokemon Home is like a universal storage system for all the Pokemon games that lets you transfer Pokemon between games. Oh, even from like... even the old gens? Or is it only like only Pokemon that is in the Switch console to be able to transfer between those games? That's cool though. How about Pokemon Go though? can I put Pokemon in Pokemon Go into Pokemon Home? Is it possible? Nah, maybe that's a bit too much. I do play Pokemon Go, by the way. It's fun game. I get to run around a little bit. I gotta heal. Oh boy. King Boy survived. King Boy is so strong. Oh, since when you become technical? Oh boy. Even the old games, you can only go from the old games to home, but not the other way around. It works both ways for Pokemon Go though. Oh my god! I can transfer. Wait, that means that I can transfer my Pokemon Scarlet. I can put Salazzle from Pokemon Scarlet into Pokemon Go, so I don't need to hatch eggs in Pokemon Go anymore. Oh my god, that's so good. Sorry, I'm a little bit excited. Dragon Tremor Slash. Oh, my condolences. Oh god. Nice. I think we got this. Just need to be careful not to die again. It hasn't released for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet yet, but it's coming soon. Oh, then the dream is not too far off. I'm glad, I'm happy. Okay, I don't know what it's trying to do. Just gonna do this. Now it's speed, right? Now it's speed, but it's not aiming for anyone? I need to break the wings, I think. Wings probably shoot. Oh, oh no. Yep, okay. Yeah, let's do a double attack. Ground slash P. Gosh, the half damage is something else. I guess it's doing under the AoE. Gonna heal. Yep, okay. Oh, I think this one's just aim for one. Okay, now it's power. Ice on ice? This is probably a bad idea. Yeah, it did no damage. Oh, I have to shoot the tail? Nice. Oh gosh, speaking of Pokemon, I forgot to tell you guys that I caught a Gibble. This morning when I was playing Pokemon Scarlet, I caught a Gibble. It's like, oh my god, I got a shrimp ball. I'm so happy. It's like, oh my god, I saw the Gibble in a cave. I was like roaming around. It's like, oh shit, I saw a Gibble just sitting there. So adorable. And then I caught it. Okay, nice, nice. Oh, AoE? Yeah, it's probably AoE. Get him, King boy. Nice. Okay, we broke everything, right? Still mad. Oh, I cannot skip the AoE. I have to eat it. Yeah, I have to eat it. Okay, fine. That's fine. Now it's back to technical. Bonk. Here comes a spin. Nice. Alright, so far so good. I should probably use one heart churro again. Yeah, just in case I die. Oh, I think I was here. I'm just gonna quickly go through the, slay the specified monsters. If they are not the specified monster, I'll just skip through them. Eh? Well, that's the first. I'm probably gonna die here, but let's hope not. Nice, nice. Nergigante is probably afraid of dragon. I mean, knowledge from mainline series. Nergigante is probably speedy. Like, probably. Nice! DSJ? Nah, it's not gonna work. It's probably speed. Like, most likely, I would say. Oh, it's technical? Damn, alright. Yeah, it deals like no damage. Oh, the spikes grew. Okay. Let's do a double attack. Unless they change pattern, then I'm dead. Yep. Shift guessed. Double? Oh shit. Okay, okay. Okay, that's kinda scary. Alright. What, so they will attack twice now? Yeah, they'll attack twice. Every turn! Oh my god, it's so painful. I have to heal. Nice. Oh, it must be the head. So I have to break the head? Probably. It used to be... Just now it was... technical. It has to be speed now. Like, there's no way Nergigante is like power. I know Nergigante is powerful, but have you seen the zoomies from Nergigante? Yeah, I'm just gonna technical. Yep. Okay, good. Please work. Thank you. No, moisturize? I will. Very high chance for a critical hit. This one. I'm just gonna bonk it. Bonk. Oh, nice. Okay. stop. Don't do trip cyclone. DSJ deal light, not elemental, light, medium. Okay. Medium it is. I'm gonna do a spin. A spin of power. Nice. I will moisturize after this. Thank you, Rogue. Also, welcome in. Are you aiming for Wimpy Boy? You are. How about shoot? I'm just gonna try shooting it. Doesn't feel like a lot of damage. Oh, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Oh yeah, it's technical. Oh wait, no. It's not power. Because it grew spikes. So that means I need to get the head first as soon as possible. Nice! Yeah, there it is. Okay, so if I break the head, it will not do the thing anymore. Which is good. Let's break the wings. Oh my god! Oh, okay. I'm surprised so far the hardest one is... I got a gem. I heckin' got a gem. Okay, I'll take it. So far the hardest one is Rajang, which is normal. Yeah, I'm gonna moisturize. I'm gonna moisturize with coffee, just so that I can stay awake. Thanks, Rogue. Hope you're doing good. Hmm. Oh boy. There's no treasure here. Kinda sad. I was hoping for some treasure that I can take here, but... Is it toasty? Okay. Toasty, fire... Fire, it's afraid of water? Probably? Yeah. Oh, hi, cheesecake. How you doing, you bully? A dragon bullying kobold? I cannot believe it. How you doing? I'm not bully? Alright, okay. Feels like it's power, but I could be wrong. Like, entirely wrong. Yeah. I show you bully? Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Ultra Dean goes off on yours did. Yours did. So I should explain. Ouch has a 1 out of 5 chance you will throw a hamburg, which will get stuck and it will miss. In that case, you threw a hamburg, which means that it missed. There's a 1 out of 5 chance. Come on, it's only 200 points. There's gonna be some risk and reward to it. Just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. My horn is not even pointing. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean that my horn is not even pointy? Have you seen this? My horn can kill. My horn can destroy. Bully action. Moisturize? I will after this one. Thank you, thank you. It was speed, now it feels like it's technical. I don't... Oh, it could be power. You know what? I'm thinking that it might be power. Yep, okay. Oh, nice. What is it doing? I don't like this. Grom/S. By the finish big screen, I'm happy. Oh, nice! Oh. Be right back screen. I was... No, I told myself that I need to do like a be right back screen and also stream ending screen. I did not do those. Gosh, I'm one lazy bold. I can't. It's not aiming at anyone. Oh, okay, I'm dead. Please hit. Okay. Oh. Didn't it explode? Hi, Roxas. They just take a lot of time planning an effort. Yeah. And I'm so lazy, but I want to do it. He'll struggle boom. Yeah, soon. Very soon. I'm gonna charge anyway, like... Oh. Oh boy. Oh, DSH is right. Ooh. Oh. You got him. AoE? I feel even if I heal now, it's not gonna be, like, enough. It's either I survive, or we all don't, like... I'll just hope this works. Nice. Ooh, we survived? Alright, Elder Showdown. Have you ever suddenly feel your belly button feel sensitive to the touch? What the fuck? No, Wimdy boy! No. Well, not me anyway. I don't know how other people feel about that. You don't know why? I don't know why. It's speed, right? I think. I forgot. Send help? Nice. Nice. Toaster's pissed. Need to heal. You might want to look at the doctor. Oh, River Bro, no! Not like this, River Bro. That doesn't work. I cannot help you with that. I'm not doctor. Oh, okay. Bow works. Nice. Nice. Oh, my condolences to you. Toasty. I'm just gonna do this. And I'm gonna shoot you. No, this one. Goodbye, Toasty. Oh shit. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, that's normal. But why poking around it? Yeah, just don't touch it. Dob is right. Roxas, just don't touch it. And I think you'll be fine. What the hell's going on downstairs? It's Sunday. That's not construction noises. Oh, it's cutting board noises. I think my family is preparing something for tonight. Don't know what's going on though. Time to check out some new armor. Kirin armor? Oh my god, no. Thunder boost, divine blessing, all elemental defense boost. Wow. Kushala's armor? Oh my god, Kushala's armor looks like crap in this game. Good gods, what is this? Vicious, non-elemental attack boost, all out. Oh, what's vicious? Seriously increased head-to-head damage. Oh, non-elemental attack boost though. I don't really feel like making a new armor. Oh, I need more soul seer stuff. I thought it's soul steal stuff. Weapons? Noxious poison? Ooh. Kirin Boat Maximus. I mean, at least Kushala's weapon looks okay. Yeah, this one's pretty cool. Looks like a snake. This one looks like a snake that's opening up its mouth. Kinda cute. Sleep Seal Chaser? Sleep Seal? Blast Fire Chaser. I think bonk wise, I have the best bonk for now. Yeah, I think there's not much I can do about not much I can do in terms of armor and weapon. It is okay. Let me give it a good old save real quick. Okay, now we can go back to Elder's Lair. I wonder what we're gonna fight. They say fearsome. You know, like the sky is very purplish. This reminds me of Castle Shrade. Yeah, it seriously reminds me of Castle Shrade. I might be fighting a Fatalis here. Like, just maybe. I could be entirely wrong, but it's just my guess. Impressive. You didn't back down, you know? I never thought someone as strong as our esteemed Meowster would show up. Partner? Something the man? What are you listening out for? I can't hear anything. My ears don't perceive a thing. My partner can hear monsters in there, just what's waiting for us inside. I couldn't tell you. I never set paw in there myself, and no rider has ever seen what's inside either. You've proven yourself capable, so if you want to satisfy your curiosity, I personally have no objections. Go ahead, feast your eyes on sights previously unknown to anyone else, but be they human or feline. Okay, I'm going in. I'm gonna look in. Kushala. I'll be fine, right? I'll be fine. Even Red didn't come this far. Something about it's making the fur on the back of my neck stand up. Sure, of course. It really looks like Castle Shrade. Hey, I'll actually shut the fuck up. I know about that. It's quiet, too quiet, but something's there. I can feel it. We can't turn back now, though. You ready, partner? It has to be. It has to be Fatalis. The color and the ruin. But there's no way it's gonna be Fatalis, though. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Nah, it's probably not Fatalis. I don't even know if Fatalis is in this game. Oh shit, I might be right. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, wait a fucking second. It's actually Fatalis. Hi. Well, my intuition is right then, huh? Damn, Fatalis looking hot. Oh, they used the Monster Hunter World music as well? Oh yeah. Dude, Fatalis looks good.
Oh my god, can you stop simply?
No, Fatalis good. Oh, I wish I smelled in this game, but this game came out before Sunbreak, so I can't understand. Fatalis power? I have a feeling that Fatalis might be speed. It's very funny, but I feel like it might be speed. I told you. Just a bit of a funny feeling there. God, the music is so good. It's making me want to play Monster Hunter World again. Elder Dominance? I don't think it's gonna work here. How about you do this? Let's do a double. Damn, I'm not doing any damage. I don't think I have Dragon Element. Dude, this game's Fatalis looks menacing. Nice camera work though, by the way. Dude, Fatalis looks so menacing. I love it. Skyforce? Uh-oh, am I dead? Oh my god, that's so cool. I should probably get the head as soon as possible. Because in World, if you don't break the head in before third phase, you will die. every single hit that contains fire, you will die. Which is kind of funny. Okay, it's still speed. I'm gonna charge. Get him! Oh, AoE? Probably. I'm gonna shoot it anyway. Oh, I think I'm dead. Ground slash P. Nice. Please work. Yeah, shift cast. Oh shit! Oh my god, that's so good! Okay, we survived. Oh, it's power now? Shit. Well. I messed up the mega potion. Okay, now I know it's power. I don't think it's gonna work against Fatalis. I just don't think it's gonna work. Is this under the AoE? Okay, you know what? I think it's time to change. Once I do the kinship, and I'll change to something else. Ground/S. Nice. Okay, let's change. I don't know if I steal power. I hope so. Gonna bring Soldier Boy in. Oh, it's back to speed already? Shit. I don't know what he's trying to do. It was speed. It could be power now. Oh, goodbye world. Oh shit. Oh, 2 attacks? This is bad. Soldier Boy is almost dead. So I need to change out. Oh boy. Woo. Oh, nice. Okay, it's back to normal now. Are you chill? Are you chill? I need technical back. I'm bringing... Oh, Ice Kachang is over fire? Oh no. Who has technical? You don't have technical. I mean, I guess Wimpy Boy, sure. It doesn't look like it's aiming at anyone. Gonna heal myself. Oh, okay. Oh. Alright, I'm doing this and I'm gonna change. But it's a little bit of waste though. Let's fight a few times. It's a little painful. Immediate level 3, I'll take it. Okay, good, 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 good. Get him, Radiant. Nice. It's doing something. Is it another Skyforce? Oh, I think it's Hellish Flame. Hellish Flame. Yeah, Hellish Flame, I remember this. And it's gonna leave burn to everyone. This is so good. Okay, when it's like this is tactical. We need power. I could bring Soldier Boy in and just do another kinship. Just heal the flames, I guess. Yeah, heal the burn. And also Soldier Boy's bleed. The bubble is not big enough for Fatalis. Fatalis is too big. That's good damage. Do you have a technical move? You do, but you don't have... Oh, no, and I need power. Nice. Woo. 2? I lost. Whoa, Hong Kong knife? Oh my god, Hong Kong knife? You're so strong. Oh my god, Hong Kong knife, you're so strong. The Hong Kong knife cannot fight like this. Skyforce and another sweep. Okay, yeah, that's not good. Everyone survived! Somehow! Fuck, I have Blast Blight. Okay, keep healing, keep healing. It's doing... It's not aiming at anyone? Yeah. Shit. Okay, just heal, it's fine. Oh, Hellish Flame? I don't think I can tank this. This is bad. You just keep doing AoE? Oh boy. Okay, we survived. If Phil's gonna do that, you're gonna keep healing. Yeah, I have Blast Light on me, which is very bad. Please kill. Woo! I mean, it doesn't kill. Woo! Skyforce? Whoa, you're gonna heal. You're gonna. Oh my god, ancient potioning Eye King boy? Reverto? Oh my god. I gotta heal myself then. Oh, it heals. Whoa, it heals the heart as well? Damn. Nope, doesn't work. Skyforce? Or is it aiming for... It could be aiming for Reverbero. Like, maybe. Now, very elixir to who? Can that really protect everyone? I don't think so. It's an AoE. Yep. I can only keep healing. This is bad. They have power. God, everyone's dying. You don't have power. I have to negate one. I'll die here, I think. Yeah, this is bad. What? Since when you changed? Well. I'm dead. Oh, self-heal? How the fuck am I supposed to survive this? Please aim at Kushala afterwards. Aim at Kushala, please. Oh, it's Skyforce, no wonder. Okay, well. You piece! You never aim at Reverb, bro! Oh my god, oh my god. I cannot, if I heal, I need to take 2 AoEs. If I don't heal, I'll die here. Unless I have Ancient Potion, do I? Gosh, I don't have Ancient Potion. How do you even get Ancient Potion? Oh wait, I have. 1 heart when used. Yes, I'm using 1. I'm not losing here. I'm using all my items. Critical down. Oh, bitch! Oh, bitch! You crit? Fuck. This is bad. This is all kinds of bad. I have no chance of attacking. You piece, you keep aiming for me. This is my only bet. Unless they do Sky Charge afterwards, then yeah. Shit, man! Who are you aiming for? Dust of Life? Oh my god, Reverbro, I fucking love you so hard right now. Thank you. Holy shit. I get 1 Dragon Burst, thank you. Okay. Bitch never goes down? Yeah. Yeah. That's tough. That is tough. That is hard. I feel like I'm not doing like any damage. I think some of my play was really bad. You know what, let's try again. At least now I know what's going on. Did I bug the game? Oh, okay. Oh yeah. This is such a good cutscene though. Alright, here we go again. It starts from speed, I think. Let's start with a double. We can do another double. And then this is Skyforce. Skyforce is random, which is kind of hard to deal with. I'll do pep talk here. Oh, it's Hellish Flame. Oh fuck. Where's Skyforce? Is it random? Oh shit. The burn feels like it lasts forever. Let's eat some meat. Oh, I forgot to change Wimdy Boy's behavior. Oh fuck. Don't die! Woo! It's power now. Nice. It's doing something. What if it's under the Hellish Flame? I don't know if Wimdy Boy can take this. Yep. Hopefully it doesn't aim. It doesn't aim at Wimdy Boy. Like hopefully. Iron Jesus, come on! Fuck! Oh! Is this still power? I can't tell. Yeah, it's back to speed. I don't know how to tell. I don't think that's like an obvious visual cue currently. Whoa, actually works? Well, technical is right. We can do a double. I'm gonna skip this turn, so I'm gonna ride. I don't like Skyforce. It lowers defense and speed. Just mess up everything. Why would you do speed now? Okay, let's have a small change for a little bit. A bit of a change. Yes, thank you. Let's do a double. double. Alright, now it's technical. Oh, we're too fast. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I'll be safe. Moisturize? Oh yeah, I will. Thank you. After this fight, I'll do it. Definitely. Don't die! Oh my god, no, okay. Oh, okay, we're safe, we can heal again. Keep healing, I'll be the healer, I'll just throw my items, it's fine. Got him. Hellbreed. Ooh. Nice. Oh, thank you. You fuck. God, I have to play safe. Hong Kong knife doesn't have buff anymore. That's why, yeah. Yeah. Nice. It's almost broken. Oh, it's such a waste though. Why now? What is this? It's not aiming at anyone. I cannot negate this. I'm riding. Now I feel like it's power now. Still doing it. I cannot pep talk. No, it's okay. Pep talk buff is still there. I'm gonna charge. Skyforce, Skyforce and Land? Oh boy. We have to take 2 hits now because we cannot negate the first one. Oh, that sucks. Someone has to take 2 hits. I can't even take 1. Wait, he didn't hit me. Shit, I have to change weapon. I'll play with defense then. Hellish Flame, maybe? Feel like it's Hellish Flame. Yeah. Oh, Hong Kong Knife might die because of the Blast Blight. Oh, well. I tried. Oh. It's not triggered yet. I think I cannot let Hong Kong Knife fight anymore. Let's change. Oh, it's power? Since when you changed? Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. I don't understand. It feels like Fatalis is doing random stuff. Alright, let me drink. This is hard. I don't have a dragon element weapon? Question mark? Maybe I should make a dragon element weapon. I'm gonna try once more. But this time, I'll use Sword and Shield to, like, at least have more defense and play safe a little bit. Yeah, let's try again. Gonna skip this. Alright, here we go. I'm still gonna break the head first. As fast as possible. And it's bringing Hong Kong Knife. Because Hong Kong Knife is like really the damage dealer here. Oh, it's speed though. Wait, no. Oh god. I can only draw with it. Already messed up. Ooh. Don't know if Hong Kong knife can tank this. Oh, nice. Okay. Nice, nice. I'm like, Reverbro can definitely handle handle himself. Like, for sure, for sure. Gonna heal Hong Kong Knife Boy here. Now it's power again. Skyforce or Hellish Flame? No, I'll be a little bit of support here. Okay, it's Hellish Flame. Ooh. Is it power? It used to be, it was power. Okay. Nice. Now it's technical. I'll keep healing. Nice. Hellbreed. Nice. Not nice, but okay. Why don't you try and negate this damage and take the next one? Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Hellbreed. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, I can heal up like this, it's fine. Heal the bleed as well, deal a little bit of damage to the head. All good, all good. Just gonna try my best to win against this. Ground slash P. Oh, did my stream die a little bit? I saw the bitrate went to 0 for a split second. Scared shit out of me. Okay, if we're aiming at me. Nice. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. Immediately? Oh no. Now it's like Sky Force into AoE. How? Keep healing. We can tank this. Because if it does Sky Force into something else, I have to eat 2 of them. Woo! I'm dead. Oh. Any chance to ride, I'll do it. Is lag Skyforce? I figure out maybe the gimmick of Fatalis is that I break the head. He's not doing Dragon Burst anymore. So that means that he would never be power when he's mad. That's when I break the head. When is that broke? Can't see, but see, Fatalis would do Dragon Whip. Maybe he lags his Dragon Slam. What's Sky Force? I need to disable Sky Force. Restoring an HP for 10 turns. Yes, give it to Hong Kong Knife Boy. Oh bitch, you just want to kill Hong Kong Knife Boy because I gave it. Oh, it didn't die. Okay. I gave it Immunizer. What cures Blast Blight? It's doing Hellish Flame now. Meaning I have to heal. Oh, Skyforce, okay. Even worse. Oh my god. Nice. Increase of burn, protects from that status for 3 turns. Blind? There is Blast Blight. No. I don't understand. Oh my god, okay. That's bad. It's fine, it's fine. Right? It's aiming for Reverb Bro. I can heal now. Uh-oh. Okay, can I give damage to Reverbro? With item? No, just eat some meat. Just eat some meat. Now get ready for the next turn. See, why does it... Where is it power now? What changed? It was speed. I don't get it. No. What? How do you work? Why do you suddenly do Dragon Burst now? Oh boy. Yep, I kind of anticipated it. I was like, yep, it's probably gonna aim for me, but I didn't think it's gonna crit. Now he keeps aiming for it because he knows that I keep healing. Even with increased defense, I still die from one hit because I keep getting crit. I seriously don't understand Fatalis. Still have a chance, still have a chance. Is he gonna do Dragon Burst now or Dragon Whip? I don't know. It's a mix. Okay. Nice. Okay, 2 Dragon Bursts. Oh, we did. I died to this one again. Didn't think we were gonna do this and that. Well, yep. To be fair though, even if I heal just now, I'll still die twice because I was thinking of using Ancient Potion. I don't get... I don't get Fatalis. What does it do, Winnie Lily? Bunny Milk, hi. Good afternoon, how's your day going? Going pretty well. I mean, other than getting bullied by getting bullied by Fatalis, but hey, it's Fatalis. But other than that, I'm doing pretty well. I'll be a little bit sleepy. Hope you're doing good, Bunny Milk. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm not doing these. I feel like it's possible if I know what Fatalis is doing. Because when I thought I know how Fatalis works and I just like I can still do Dragon Burst. I got destroyed. Maybe if I make a different armor. Which armor can I upgrade the most? Or which armor is like the most defensive one? How dare you boop me? Huh? Well, in this channel, everyone gets booped. Hey. Also, welcome back, Pinky. Everyone gets booped. Reflex. True, true. Explains why my dream was about you farming river. How do I farm river, bro? Xenoger U armor? Denser? I already have Denser. Dragon boost. Is Fatalis... Fatalis is not weak to water. So Fatalis must be weak to dragon. Whoa. Hi Essie. How do you feel when random boop you? I got... Well, not boop when... Okay, in real life... Like in suit, I get booped a lot by strangers, I'm okay with that. But if like not in a convention, like not in an event, and then some random stranger boop me out of nowhere, as in I'm not in suit, I'll be weirded out. Yes. Maybe I should make a new sword and shield. Any dragon sword and shield. There it is. This one is Nether Gigante. Can I make it? Yeah, I guess I'm gonna bet on... Fatalis is weak to dragon. Probably. Most likely. I think. Yeah. But even if I make this, I can upgrade it. Yeah, let me look for the other one. Stygian Luxuria. A boop take time, you must earn it. You know what? That's a fair point, to be honest. Like, if not in an event, convention-wise, yeah, boop takes time. But who is this? Dragon Core? How the fuck do I get Dragon Core? There's only one dragon... There's only one dragon... element weapon. Or two. But both I didn't fight a lot. I assume this one is the same. Oh. Oh yeah, there's Pickle! Pickle don't have a sword and shield. Or maybe if I mean, I'm playing support, right? Maybe I should bring Metal Dance back. Let them do the attack. I'll never pick a sword over its stats, but how cool it looks. True, I do that as well. But in this game, sadly, you cannot. But in the mainline Monster Hunter series, oh, I do that all the time. I don't even care about what the stat weapon is. I just bring it. Oh my god, this weapon looks cool, and I just make it. But sadly, in this game, I cannot. In this game, I really have to. I really have to look at the stats. I have to look at the element. To fight end game bosses, which is why I did say that like after a while I did not enjoy this game as much as I do enjoy the mainline series. Unfortunate, but I'm so close to finishing this game. It feels like. I mean, I did technically quote unquote finish this game already by beating the main story, but this is like this is all post story content. So yeah. I'll bring this for support. Yeah, you know what? Let's change weapon. I'll play purely support. How about that? Meta dance. Alright, let's try again. Even when I bring reverb, bro, it's not enough. That's how hard it is. French stream ending 1 to 3 hours before your stream starts is bad for sleep. Oh. Yeah, that's really bad for sleep. I mean, you could sleep like at any point during my stream. It's fine. I mean, I would want you to sleep if you're feeling really tired. Sounds like you want some sort of system that allows you to make one weapon look different. Layered weapon, right? Yeah. So you're saying this ugly sword does 30 damage more than my cool sword? I would die and switch that ugliness. In the mainline series, yeah, you can do that. Again, I'm saying purely in this game's logic, or like this game's requirement. Like, I have to play by this game's rule. You have to respect this game's turn-based rule. Like, I could go in brute force, but I'll just die immediately because there's nothing I can do about when I'm too weak against it. Which again, very sad. Like, I know how you feel. Like I said, I'm the style first, stats later kind of gal. Brute forcing it all the time, right? I mean, I'm sure my viewers can say the same about me. I do brute force game a lot as well. It's more fun that way. Well, personally, I feel. Yeah, brute force style. It's more fun that way. Alright, time to go full support. I should probably bonk the stomach first then. Alchemist if it means using continues. There's no continue in this game. Like, you have 3 health, and I assure you it's not nearly enough. And you have to play by this game's rule, which is why I said this, right? Nice camera angle. It's aiming for me, right? Yeah, it's aiming for me. So bonk not for stomach. Bonk the tail? Maybe not. I could try. It's weird. But then again, it's this game. Okay, fair. Okay, almost dead already. And also one thing about this game is that you cannot, like, in the mainline series you can dodge and avoid damage like all the time. This game you have to take damage. So that's also like one reason why it's tough. In this game some monster requires you to bonk the tail. Don't ask. Even I'm very baffled by it. Skyforce? I may be dead. If it aims for me, I'm dead. Okay, good. I can still tank. I'm thinking it's like after Skyforce, it changes to power, I think. It could be. Visually I bong the head, but I aim for the tail. Bet. I don't get a Fatalis. I really don't get. What the heck? He shakes your pattern. bonk on the head, maybe. Okay, I guess bonk only for the head. AoE. Okay, that's right. Probably Hellish Flame. Skyforce skin. How the fuck? I feel like Fatalis just do whatever he wants. Maybe that's why it's like really hard. 300. Ground slash P. Okay, bring you back. It did not just change to technical. Like, there's no way. I gotta reset the timer for heal. Yeah. Good, good. Hellish Flame. I'll cheer and then I'll heal the abnormally status. Skyf, what the fuck? What do you even do? I'm just getting schmicked. I'm getting schmicked. You suck, I know. I mean, my first encounter against this monster. I am allowed to be suck, I believe. I mean, I have to suck. If I do this first try, then it's not Fatalis anymore. Now it should be technical. If you're technical, I need power. Yeah. Okay, now he keeps aiming for me because he knows I'm a support. Technical, you have power, right? Yeah. Do power. I'm gonna heal again, since I not get the chance to heal. It's okay to suck as long as you're good at it. Oh my god. I'll cry. Not even put the health bar, it's just gonna hide the health to begin with. Because in this game, if you never fought a monster before, it will hide the health bar. Same as the mainline series, you know, they don't have the health bar. But in this game, they will show the health bar once you deal with the monster once. And they'll show you. Which I think is pretty normal. God damn. Okay. I can heal abnormally statuses. Not this. This. Oh, I cannot heal. Hong Kong knife is dead. Unless I bring another dragon here to tank it for a little bit. Here, Wimpy Boy, come in. Once I find a chance that I can heal, then I'll bring Hong Kong Life back. Then negate one. Nice. It's back to speed, back to speed. He's doing Sky Force, I think. I can do this to heal. Oh, now you do Hellish Flame? Yeah, it doesn't work. It's fine, it's fine. It's not fine, it's mad already. Yeah, I could heal first. Now it's doing the Sky Force into AoE bullshit again, okay. Don't worry, I got this. No chance to heal Hong Kong Life Boy? This is not very Monster Hunter. It is Monster Hunter Stories too. It's not... It's like the Pokemon of Monster Hunter. And by all means, this is very Monster Hunter. Just different playstyle. Let's take this. Okay. Two beans. Oh, one shot. Alright, good shit. Right, okay. This guy is tanky. It's Fatalis. It's Monster Hunter. Every boss is tanky. Every boss takes like... Well, endgame boss anyway. Takes like 20 minutes to 50 minutes to beat. Yeah. Again, normal. Oh. Okay, bring in, bring in. I'm gonna take this hit. Denser buff, it's fine. Okay, hit the tail. I feel like this is Sky Force into something else, or like Hellish Flame maybe? I don't know, just heal. Okay, they're technical. God, I don't know technical. I don't know if Ice Kacang can take a hit. Because Ice Kacang is like weak to fire. You know what? I just want the technical hit. Let's do a double attack. There we go. Good, good. Okay, this is a tail gun. Okay, bring back Hong Kong Knife Boy. Spam Hellblade. There. This monthly, you was wondering who was using the hotel as a weapon? Yeah, it's Hong Kong Knife Boy. Did you say Ice Kacang? What is this? What? I mean, I said Ice Kacang because I'm Malaysian. As Malaysians, we love Ice Kacang because it's eternal summer here. I do kind of want to heal. So this one is a schmix. Ice Kacang is like ice creamy things. Ice Kacang is more like shredded ice with chendol. Some, what do you call it? It's not sagoliap na, but it's more like the. Is it green bean? Is it red bean? No, it's not. It's not necessarily red bean, but you could put red beans on there with either ABC syrup or strawberry syrup. One of them. I mean, there's like a lot of different kinds of ice kacang out there. ABC, yeah. I mean, we call them ABC lah, huh? But I seriously don't know what ABC stands for. It has like some sort of a chocolatey taste, but it's not necessarily chocolate. It's a schmix. It's either technical. I feel like it's gonna do Dragon Burst this turn. If Dragon Burst is power, try it. Oh my god, I did a read. God, now you just keep aiming for me. I kinda want to heal, but I don't get the chance to heal. Nice. I'm not surprised at this point. I don't think this is gonna be enough. Gonna skip his turn for a little bit. Just clear already, as if I can. I'm gonna try using one Vital Essence. Let's see if I can tank this one. That was kind of a misread on my part. Okay, how about this? I'm most likely not as tanky as Hong Kong Knife Boy, but I'm gonna bring in Soldier Boy. So Soldier Boy can probably tank this? I am gonna use an Ancient Potion on myself to heal. This is probably the Dust Explosion turn. Nope, it's 2 Dragon Burst, okay. Oh, okay, we can... I can heal. It's probably not enough, but I'll take it. I kinda want to just guard and have you do... Oh, you don't have... you don't have the evade move. I don't think anyone has. It's fine. I can probably tank this one. Yeah, let's try it. Is a Soldier Boy take your money and give you a Chinese console? Maybe. There it is. Okay, we tanked it. Still doing it? It's not even done yet. Oh, thank God. It didn't even drew. I can't even tell. Yeah, they say third time's a charm. Thank goodness. God. I mean, I guess Tekken... The thing. What was it called? Hunting Horn? Important. My, so you made it through the Elder's Lair? It was not walk in the park, but we managed it through the power of kinship? Oh my God. By the power of friendship. I want to ask you what you saw inside. When you battle against, you earn that knowledge. Keep it to yourselves. Now that you've conquered the Elder Lair, I imagine you set off to search for rare monsters across the world now? But you might want to revisit the Elder's Lair. There are extra zones that promise even more extreme challenges. When you go to the Elder's Lair again? Good gods, man. Alright, Secret Scroll of the Bonds. Not super dead because they can run away afterwards, but still. No eggs, right? Yeah, no eggs. But then I can do this so that Naviu can shut the fuck up. GG furry, huh. It's kinda rare to see people use the word furry a lot. Even on a furry level, yeah. but I get it. It is? Yeah. I mean, considering I've been in this fandom for like almost 10 years, yeah. 2 years? I'm not sure. It's a no judgment zone. I mean, my channel is supposed to be a safe space. You can be yourself. Oh, dragon armor. Ooh, critical panacea. Panacea negates all animal status effect. Occasional chance of activation. That's not bad. I mean, the thing is with crit XL is really good. Me here's what like beans and fucking such much more often than furry. Yeah, it's a very rare word. No one will refer to other fellow furry as furry. We don't do that. Just on the shit post. I can respect that. $37 bottle caps. Oh. It's no fun when people call you out for being a furry. Hey, I mean, I don't know about, because in Malaysia at least, when I was in like university, and then I mean I was in the art school at home. No SC. I was in university, and then I just, well, I'm not openly saying that, hey, I'm a furry. I'm not doing that. But through actions or through my actions, they discovered that I'm one. Like, because I love dragons a lot. Whenever there's like an assignment that I can draw something that I want to draw, you bet your ass that I'm gonna draw draw a dragon. So yeah. And then through time, about in semester 2 or 3, they just figured out, it's like, one of the lecturers just came to me, just like, are you Mao Kong? It's like, oh shit, yeah. And the lecturer is like, oh, okay, I get you. So after that, slowly I just like, yeah. I mean, the lecturer knows, so there's nothing wrong about it. Even our school must be a lot of that. Surprisingly not. Surprisingly not. I went to a less well-known art school that is a lot more affordable, and the courses are way more, well, they are not, I don't know how to compare. I cannot compare since I only went to like one school. But like their course is pretty okay, other than their courses are like a little bit here and there. Like we don't learn to be either 3D modeler or animation or game dev. So in there I have to be like, we as students over there, we have to do 3D generalist, so it's like way harder. And with no focus on with just one either modeler or animator or code or like game dev shit. So that's why we have to do like everything in one package. So that's why the course is a little bit tough. And everything we do is like kind of, we know everything. Well, not everything, but we know most things in terms of like 3D stuff. But we cannot excel at one of them. Know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's a little bit here and there, too much. So you're saying you'll teach culture for yeah, kinda. I mean, it's very fucking obvious. Everything I draw is just like dragon or tita or some shit. So yeah. I mean, honestly, when the lecturer found out that I'm a furry, like I'm not even surprised. I mean, look at what I've been drawing for like 2 semesters straight. I guess we beat Fatalis. Do we count it as a win in my book? I count it as a completion in my book. How about that? Right? As much as I love writing monsters in this game, it's a game where I don't really enjoy it as much anymore. The more I play, the more I feel like I'm not having a lot of fun with this game anymore, which is kind of sad, to be honest. But I do enjoy it when I did. When I first started out this game, everything about this game is very enjoyable. And how enjoyable, you might ask? It's enjoyable to a point where I took how many screenshots? It's enjoyable to a point where I took 775 screenshots. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that I did enjoy this game when I first started it out. So yeah, I'm glad, honestly. There's a lot of screenshots. I told you I love dragons. Well, I did not told you that I love dragons, but now you know. And we made a Fatalis armor, even though we didn't do anything about it. But hey, not bad, right? Crazy. I always want to go to art school, but I'm too poor. Honestly, though, I feel like if you really want to learn art as well, it's possible to be a self-taught artist. Like, definitely. It's just you have to be more disciplined. You know what I mean? Right? Since you're not in a university constraint, you're not in a curfew or some shit. So you have to really dedicate yourself into learning. And of course, when I say this, it's because like the internet resource of learning is really great. Also, yeah, although money limit does suck, I feel that. Yeah, there's enough free resources to learn art for free. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say. You seriously can be a self-taught artist like these days. You just really have to dedicate yourself into doing it. Or you could learn it as a hobby, right? The resources are there in the internet. So yeah, go wild if you want to learn art. It's pretty fun. At least I personally feel like it's pretty fun. Continue in 2017 because I got the phone. You got a phone on 2017? Man, that reminds me of like I first got my phone when I was 14 years old. I got my first ever phone. Yeah, when I was 14, I got my first ever phone. It's like a flip phone. It's like, hey, I got my first flip phone. And what is it called? Motorola? It's like, oh yeah, baby, I can listen to my own music. It was so small, the flip phone. I think I still have it. Here, you know what? I'm gonna go downstairs and see if the phone is there. Yeah, I'll take a picture. I think it's still there. I think it's still there. Alright, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I was right. I was right. I found my flip phone. Here, let me take a picture of it. It's Sony Ericsson. It's not even Motorola. Sony Ericsson. What the fuck, man? Alright, hand review. Still in good condition, I'm surprised. And the flip phone? Here, let me take some pictures of this. Look at this beauty. Right, let me send the pictures to... I was trying to do this furry hell because of a friend. Furry hell? I mean... to some people, maybe this is hell. I mean, I'm for the past maybe 9 or 10 years, I'm loving this fandom. It's cool. To a fellow named Smiley, don't know who that is. They saw I like drawing and they dragged me here. Good on you. Good on you. Taking pictures with a phone. Yep. Using a picture to take using a phone to take a picture of a phone. There, 3 pictures sent to Facebook. I'm not sending it to Discord, don't worry. Or should I? Nah, I'm not gonna. This is a secret meeting. And now here because friends turn out to be furries. I found out about furries when I looked at when I was searching for like custom made costumes. And that somehow led me here. There. This is my first phone. It's still here. Sony Ericsson. Look at this bad boy. Look at this bad boy. Oh, too bad I cannot open it up because I don't have the charger for it anymore. Dude, this phone? God. You Facebook. Yeah. I use Facebook. I'm fucking old. For your vision, they are furry, but they are more furry than me. I mean, of course, you are new. But I wouldn't say anyone is like more furry than the other. I think furry is just a furry. You're a furry, you're a furry. I'm a furry, I'm a furry. It's like, I'm more furrier than you. I don't think it works that way, but hey. End of a man taking a picture of a camera, taking a picture of a camera, taking a picture of a phone, of taking a picture of... My brain just tied up. So yeah, look at this bad boy here. The flip phone. Ooh, Sony Ericsson W508. I don't even know if people still know about this model. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I search for... Oh yeah, baby, look at this. Oh my god, it is just right, the one that I'm using. Also, this phone right here is like the first phone ever to have music control right outside when you close your phone, and then it will show you time as well. Look at this. Oh, maybe not the first, but it is like quite the new tech back then. It will show you information when you close the phone, and then once if you're listening to music. And then you can control the music right outside of your phone without even needing to open up your phone to control it. So it's like, it's quite a new technology back then. It was like, oh my god, mom, I got this so cool phone. And then I really really loving the phone so much to a point I just bought a earpiece. And I just listen to my music. Like, yeah. This is good stuff. Back then, this is hip. This is hip back then. And we're going back to MP3. Bro, this is not MP3. This is a straight up phone. Very cool. I know, right? So good. And now you show people. Now you show kids phone like this. I assure you, they will try to like use their finger to tap the screen. It's like, yep, kids these days, huh? I'm old. I'm fucking old. And nowadays we can just touch headphones for the same effect. I know. Which is cool, right? You know, technology does advance. You know, advancing very rapidly. Like I'm only what? Okay, I'm 26. So I got this as I got this at about 14, I believe. In 12 years, we have like advanced. We have like very advanced technology to a point where we have like a smartphone, and then smart everything, smart TV, smart blah, 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 you know, everything. It's like, yeah, technology is advancing very rapidly. It only 12 years. Shit. I never seen that phone before. I've seen touchscreen. Oh, that means they are quite young. You're quite the young generation there. Hey, don't worry. No judge here. New generations never stop complaining about the young people once they get older. Hey, I'm not trying to complain. I'm just very fascinated by like, you know, stuff like this, technology advancing, and I'm fucking glad. Maybe in the future I'll get to see like flying car. Like, fuck yeah, dude, let me fly. Smartphone will be ancient garbage probably, most likely, if technology does advance at a pace like this for years to come. Yeah. Or Droxen, you're 45 years old. No, I'm not that old. I might be lying about my age, haha. 19, quite young, you know. Still start with 1, quite young. I'm goddamn jealous. What? So yeah, that's the first phone I had. I was so happy when I had that phone back then. It's like, oh my god, my first phone, shit. Okay, so I think I can officially say that we have sort of finished up this game. We beat Fatalis, we beat all the elders out there, we defeated the elders lair. So yeah, I think this is the end of Monster Hunter Stories 2. I might play this game off stream, most likely not. But other than either way, I don't think I'll be streaming this game anymore. But honestly, it's fun when it lasted. It's fun while it lasted. But now the difficulty spike is too much for me. It's just a little bit damning for me to keep going. All right. But I do enjoy all the dragon babies that I get to look at, you know, and took a screenshot of them. 775 screenshots to be exact. So yeah, I'm glad. What to do now, huh? Let me see. There's like a bunch of games that I can play. Now what? I could play. There's so many choices that I can do. No, I don't think I can stream this. Like, not right now anyway. Neo? Oh. Shit, Neo though. Maybe even more Tekken. Why can't you? Mods. Let's keep it that way. I'm sure you know. What the fuck? There's no way you don't know about that. It's Elder Scrolls. Gross. Oh, it's lewd. Oh my god, I saw the diggity dick dick. Show me them. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, but I did install a little bit more afterwards. But yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. You three are disgusting. Oh yeah, as if normal human being doesn't watch some you know, doesn't watch some diggity dick actions, huh? Only furry does that. Can I play more Tekken? I actually kind of want to play more Tekken. After yesterday's session, I feel like I was super happy about it. And what the max shit was fire. Fuck yeah, dude. That shit, what do you call that? Gundam? Oh hell yeah, man. I kind of want to play more Tekken. You know what? I'm gonna make an executive decision to play more Tekken. Haha. Do you like Gundam? Oh shit, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't know anything about Gundam. It's a joke. Ascending? Lame. Oh, that was a really fast 180. Lame. You know, this is like asking someone, "Hey, do you know about Gundam?" And then someone is like very excited. It's like, "Oh my god, yeah!" It's like they are not as good as I thought. It's like, fuck you. I did that before. Fun as fuck. Okay, let me change the title real quick. At the same time, let me open up Tekken 7, yeah? To the gulag? As if you can bring me the gulag. I wouldn't throw that word around that much. Ticking. Oh yeah, I do need to change the controller for the... Whoa. Playing Gundam right now? Ooh. Skill issue. Lusty Argonian made was written by Todd Howard. You know what? I should make my goal of playing Skyrim tomorrow if I can. As to get more what? Hey, Hachi goes. Oh yeah. And you fly. This is the most gremlin energy title I ever thought of. I thought you can't stream Skyrim anymore. I could try because I did separate the save files, so maybe I could try. Tonight, off stream, I'm gonna try to make some adjustments and see how it goes. Hopefully I'll be able to. You got horny? I got very horny, sorry. There's no other way around it. No excuses. And you cannot blame me that there's like, how many mods are there? The mods for the game is insane. That's a fuck ton of mods out there. It's crazy. It's like a kid going to a Lego store. It's like, oh my god, there's so many things to choose, but I don't know which one to play. Something like that. It's Tekken, oh my god. I cannot wait for Tekken 8 to come out. I really want to play Tekken 8 right now. But man. Very, very high. Very, very high. Tekken 8 though, I know. I don't even know my PC can handle Tekken 8 once they come out. We're 6 hours apart now, the countdown 5 days. Oh yeah, the daylight saving changed, right? Hi, Tingte. There's sound effect mod. Yes, I have a lot of sound effect mod. For example, oh wait, no, go back. And then this one. Hiya! This is the best one by far. Oh god, and then I have the monkey noises. Let me see if I can get the monkey noises to work. I think they are here. I hate Kazuya. Oh yeah, Ting Jie, how many days are you gonna be back here for? It's a short time, right? It's like 4 or 5 days? Question mark? It's not like last time you came back for like a week, right? Or 2 weeks. That Negan from The Walking Dead can be the Final Fantasy character to death in this game. Yeah. Wild times. Super short. April 4th. Oh, only 4 days? Fuck. I'm sad now. How could you? The fuck? What the fuck? Why can't I do it now? What? There we go. What? There we go. Oh, double? Let's go. Dude, I'm doing Omen like there's no tomorrow. So I went to go research from this Skyrim. Oh my god! What the fuck, you ruined it? No. It's not... There's not even more than 20 furry mods in there. What do you mean? Did you actually do research? Look closely. Look more closely. I implore you to do that. Like, please. I don't think the furry ruined it. You just something against furry at that point. I don't see more than 20 furry mods out there. Actually, I'll try to stay longer for CNY. Oh yeah, definitely. There's only like the... What do you call that? The overhaul for the furry mod? If you're on Nexus, you're not going to find much. I mean, true. Even in Nexus, you don't see a lot of furry mods out there. Even in the certain website that I cannot name, you cannot find much there as well. Like, yeah. I went there. Like, I was at first like, I wonder how many furry mods are there. There's not even much furry mods out there. It's like crazy. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day has been thoroughly ruined. Yeah, I think I'm ready to fight. Dude, I'm doing Omen like crazy now. Yeah, Skyrim has Khajiit and Argonian. And of course, as a fellow scaly myself, Argonian #1. God. She's a mid since they cannot have... I mean, why is it mid though? I mean, I guess Khajiit... Skyrim frame on Google and went to image. Oh. Yeah, that's want to get some results. But it's not mod. Because Skyrim itself has Argonians and Kashyyyk, so you're not gonna get much there. Magic 4. Whoa. What? I cannot do electrics today. Bruce a no for making a ton of art of pretty much everything and everyone. Yep. I'm not gonna. I'm not even gonna mention a certain website that starts with an E. Alright, I'm saving you from a certain. Yeah. I'll stop there. Start with E? I assume you know if you know that the website starts with E. You think you know? Well, don't blame me, I didn't tell you about it. I feel like I'm just like enabling people. I should shut the hell up. Can't even Google Diane Foxington from the bad guys without seeing her start? The place is where my friend always go to tell me they tell me with great details. At least I'm not the one that brought you there. Although I don't know, that website just doesn't strike me as really good. I never watched the bad guys before though. I should find a day and watch it. The bad guys also Puss in Boots, the Puss in Boots Last Wish. I hate Heihachi. Oh no, the drums. They're back. The drums. No white pie. No white pie, thank you. Doesn't work. Oh yeah! Here's hoping that I get the king like like yesterday. I'm not kidding, by the way. I'm not saying you're kidding, because I know that is true, because you know it's Google images. I'm not even surprised. Right? Again, it's Google images, known for searching up some right? I've drawn enough weird art for Satori friend. Well, again, if you truly like art, you don't have to draw anything, you know. If you just draw things that you're comfortable with. You don't need to force yourself to draw something you don't like to. Seriously. Wait, I just realized. DJ Atomica redeem Asthma. I didn't see him. DJ, hi, don't run. I didn't see you. It's been 12 minutes. Mid, immediately. I pressed one. Interesting.
Nice
I'll
combo.
take it.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Hell sweep. Guarantee.
I hit Tekken. I hit Tekken. Nice
Ooh.
combo.
Good flash.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Oh, kick. Oh god. Interesting move. Nope. What the fuck? I cannot even do hell sweep here?
I hit Tekken. Nice
Let's
combo.
go. Good combo.
Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해. Fight.
Okay.
I hit Tekken. Nice combo.
Ooh, that's a low.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight. I hit Tekken. Nice combo.
I'll take it.
Excellent combo. Excellent tech. 리소 OP.
If I enjoy yourself, they got me too deep. They got me too deep. So long as you're fine with it, just don't force yourself to draw anything that you feel uncomfortable with, right? I mean, all jokes aside with us discussing about stuff like this, but please, if you're feeling uncomfortable with anything that you're trying to do for someone else, just say no if you feel like right? If you feel bad about it, don't, right? Very important. Hell sweep. Oh, okay, so that's the plan. Okay, I know how to deal with that, I think.
I hit Tekken. I hit Tekken. Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight. I hit Tekken.
No, I didn't break it.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Oh, that's a high. Another one. Why can't I hell sweep?
I hit Tekken. Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해. Fight.
Interesting, I cannot take her out of this. Nice. Good flash. Yeah, this flash, that's like the fastest move in the game. 6 frames, woo!
Nice combo.
Hell sweep!
Excellent combo. Excellent tackle.
Should've down 4 instead. Safer. Used to be, but now it's now down on the image list. Maybe Google heard us talking. Google heard us talking shit. May sometimes turn safe searching modes on, but we don't mind either one. I'm okay with not safe searches. Although sometimes it's a little bit painful to look at things that I don't want to look at. You know, it's a bit of a risk sometimes. Flash? Yeah, okay, they always spam flash after that. Is that a true wall combo?
I hit Tekken. Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Oh, okay. Oh, third hit, okay. He's steppable. Plus, mid, low.
I hit Tekken. Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking fight.
Oh, high crush? Okay. Pop knee high crush? I see. Ooh. Ooh, okay, set up. Flash. Oh my god.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Seiryu! Let's go! Seiryu! Easy! GG! God, that's fun. Learning against Yoshimitsu is a little bit interesting. Although this guy doesn't really have a lot of strategies here. This strategy hasn't broken. Why do we keep rematching him? Because I won, and I won points, and I think it's fun. And because I think we're almost the same skill level, that's why I do that. It's a fighting game mentality. Sort of, for me anyway. Hey, we meet again! Don't worry, this is Tekken 7 matchmaking. How are you doing? Funny Swordman is known for being wild. Funny Swordman is very, very wild. That's why he has the 6 frame counter hit move. There's a launcher. That is technically safe. But on the hard read, on the flash, he did. Goddamn drums. Good to see you again, buddy.
Okay. Easy fight.
Ooh, nice. I thought they could do flash there. Okay, roll catch. Nice roll. Guarantee. Maybe if I stay on the ground. Nice, good shit, good shit. Well done, well done. Pump kick, woo! Woo! Nice block. That was a punish. Too slow. Can we do that again?
Excellent tackle. Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking fight.
Oh, nice. That was a kind of hit. Oh, yeah. Okay, they like get up kicks. That was a micro dagger with C1.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 저 어떡해 이거. Fight.
Oh, nice. That was beautiful. I have to delay the tech, I think. Tracking both sides.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. Excellent tackle. 리소 OP.
There was no rage out in time, but me likes the attempt and one was there. Yeah, good attempt. Usually I will fall. Usually I fall for it, but I realized this person when they play Yoshimitsu, or at least this Yoshimitsu in particular, when they are back down in the wall, they will spam flash like a lot. So I have to respect them a little bit when they're at the wall. No white pie, thank you. I think there's a setup. We're going to stomp. The damage is insane. 45 plus 30, that's like 375 if they don't block low. Nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Getting stomped on hurts, I know, right? Dean? Wait, I think I know this particular... That profile picture looks very familiar. I feel like I fought this guy before. This guy's Jin is insanely good. If I do remember correctly.
It's gonna be a murder now, bitch.
It's gonna be a murder now, bitch.
Easy. Fight.
Oh shit, that was so fast. I did that as well, come on man. Nice mid. Fuck you.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Woo. They tried. Ooh, double, nice. Think this death. Yep, okay.
나이스 콤보.
Yeah, she suffers too much from no walls. Get the fuck out of here. Woohoo! Nice.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거.
Hell sweep! Oh, okay. Hell sweep! Oh, I ducked.
Excellent. Tekken is so shit. 사실
Yeah, we playing Tekken. I feel like their skill level is like a tad, actually a lot more higher than mine. I'm willing to play a little bit. I'm willing to lose and learn a lot from this guy. This guy likes to duck on neutral. Where's my Carl Johnson?
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Oh, Koshi! Nice.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Woo! That's faster.
Nice combo.
Alright.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Woo, hell sweep! Nice stuff. Woo! Oh, I fell for the string. I pressed button. I'm stupid. Nice mid.
I hate Tekken. Fuck you. I hate Tekken. Nice combo.
I'll take it.
Excellent combo. Excellent tackle. This so OP.
Woo, okay. Yeah, I cannot play a wall game? So sad. There's no wall game? Ugh. Yeah, that's quite a bit of a trait now. This guy's so good.
It's gonna be a murder now, bitch.
It's gonna be a murder now, bitch.
Easy. Fight. Fuck you. I do Tekken. Excellent. What the fuck is that? Fight. Fuck you.
Whoa. Oh, hell sweep. Nice. Whoa. Trex. Death? Ooh. Should have seen that coming.
Excellent combo. I can't understand the fucking fight.
Nice dog. Ooh. A lot of high crushes there. Not good to do jabs against Jin, feels like. Nice mid. Woo! Nice.
Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해. Fight.
Oh no, mine's a little too slow. Nice hop kick. Ooh, they duck so much, man. Ooh, nice mix.
Excellent combo. Tekken is the shit.
So good. The shumix on the third hit. Because usually Jin's race drive consists of 4 hits, but usually people will stop at the second hit if they block it. Or they can just go all out, you know, if they want to, it's totally fine. It's like they can stop at the second hit and then do either hell sweep, mid, or something else. You know, they just like schmix afterwards. I have to hold the 50-50 afterwards. Is it safe to go for 4 hits? Yes. Very safe. But the third hit can be ducked.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Third hit's not safe. 4th hit is safe. Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Oh! Get the fuck out of here! Oh, nice. I'm dead. Good stuff, good stuff. I tried to keep out too much, and they saw it. Nice. Ooh! I didn't break it. Fuck, I sure broke it.
Excellent combo. I can't understand the fucking fight.
Ooh, nice. Oh, I'm getting read like a book.
Excellent tech.
Okay.
콤보. Excellent 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Ooh. Hell sweep. Sorry, man. Good shit. Another one. That's all punish. I help forward. Oh, I did it a little bit too late. Good. Holy shit.
Tekken is so shit. Trash game.
What the fluff was that dodging the slide? I didn't know they were gonna do slide. It was good on their part. Actually, it was bad on my part because I did the hop kick there. So I guess they did the wrong choice of doing slide because I did the hop kick there. Because if they were to tackle me out of it, I'll be in a really bad situation. You just jab someone's stripe. Yep, it happens. You can recognize that they do that and then they duck. Nice mid. Nice duck. Just do a mid man.
Nice combo.
Feels like they duck on block too much. Need to read that. Hell sweep! I'm dead. Or not. I tried! I'm stupid! I press one.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Up the duck. Nice mid. I ducked.
Excellent tech. Excellent tech.
Oh, I'll take it.
Combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Nice. Nice.
Excellent tech.
Oh, good shit, man.
Tekken is so shit. Trash game.
I cannot believe I'm actually finding like a little bit close match against this person. On the wallless stage as well. Holy shit. Yeah, actually with walls, I think I have a more chance of winning against this person, but I don't want to risk going back to wait again.
Okay, easy fight.
I did that as well. You hear that? Oh yeah. Woohoo! Guarantee? Tracking? Oh, hell sweep! I'm dead. Shit. Nice, 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 nice.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Oh yeah, and remember, they duck a lot, they duck a lot. Don't just electric willy-nilly. I ducked. Still doing it? To be fair, it's really in favor of them. Oh, all right.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Oh, hell sweep! Whoa, double? Nice, 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 nice. If I jam there, I could have won. I think. Good, good stuff, good stuff. I played a little bit there. Trash game. Tekken the shit game. Ooh.
Get ready for the next battle.
Getting random mails again. Random emails.
Okay, easy fight.
I'm still falling for it. Oh, how sweet!
I hate Tekken. I hate Tekken.
Oh, that scared the shit out of me.
Excellent combo.
Fuck! Holy shit! Maybe shout. Double, nice. Good call. I shouldn't be challenging that. Try ducking it. Hell sweep! Ooh, that's a punish.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Hell sweep! Too good. Alright. What the fuck? Oh, nice. I'm dead. No. I broke it though. I saw the hand reach out so slowly. Fuck. I saw it from 10 miles away. I spammed 1+2. That was 2 miles away that I saw it. It's like, oh my god, that's a throw in coming. I spammed the shit out of my triangle and square button and then it didn't work.
Okay, easy. Fight. I hit Tekken. Fuck you.
Guaranteed.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Good. I ducked. Woohoo! I pressed one. I pressed it again! Dude, you hear me? You hear this?
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking galaxy fight.
Nice, I tried to challenge it with the worst button in the world. Oh,
Nice combo.
very scary.
combo. 아니, 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해. Fight.
Woohoo! Nice. That was obvious.
Nice combo.
Okay, okay.
Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
I'm getting clowned on. Okay, I should hold back more. Right, hold back more, do mid more. Right, hold back, do mid. Don't just press buttons because I have no wall. Deal with it, right? Yeah, like I said, this Jin is very good.
Okay, easy. Fight.
Alright. Hell sweep! I cannot read the hell sweep. That should be punishable. Okay. I fell for get out kicks too much as well.
Nice
I'll take it.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Ugh.
I will take him.
Ooh, let's go.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking fight.
I almost read it. I was like, it's coming. Let's go!
엑셀런트 콤보.
We took one win back!
리소 OP.
Good shit! I don't know what I did different, but I did it. Actually, I think I did more mids this round. I didn't whiff my jabs too much, which is good. Dangerous Heihachi. I can be dangerous as well sometimes.
It's gonna be a murder now, bitch.
I'm so glad I got the mod. So funny.
Easy. Fight.
Let's go, hop kick. Woo, nice. Can. Nice. I was ducking.
엑셀런트 테크. 나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
They didn't expect me to not attack after Rage Drive. Nice, I ducked. Oh, he's going in. Let's go.
엑셀런트 테크.
Eh!
엑셀런트 테크.
Fuck! No, I messed up. I won. I fucking won. Nice. Did I? Nice conversion. So good. Nice. Ah, I did that as well. Dead. Good.
엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
Fight.
Good. Nice, that was a huge whiff. Woohoo. Hell sweep, I'm dead. Good shit.
콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
Good call.
Tekken is the shit.
As a Tekken veteran, which I'm not. What is your opinion on the rage mechanic? It seems to turn some rounds around. Some characters can. Heihachi is a very prime example on turning rounds around with the rage mechanic, especially with the rage drive. Some characters, however, like Armor King, it's not even that good. And who else? Armor King. I guess the rage mechanic is really good. You know, for as a spectator, I like the rage mechanic. As a player, I kind of like the rage mechanic as a turnaround thing because you are not completely hopeless against someone who knows how to play this game. Nice, good shit. Still haven't broken one single throw. Nice stab, that was so good. I should not be doing stash kicks at all. Why am I doing that? Stop challenging the electric.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Ooh. Stop. I'm whipping buns. That's the good.
나이스 콤보.
Generate a positive reception.
아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
I think it's a good Tekken thing. Nice.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight.
Nice. Fuck you. Oh, I press a jab. Good fucking good shit, man. That was so good. Fuck you, but that was so good. Oh, it's interesting that you brought up spectating, because as a Tekken fangirl myself, I do love Tekken. Right, and I do watch tournament matches a lot, and I feel like it really brings me to the edge of my seat every time I see a rage goes off. It's like, oh, something's gonna happen, oh shit. And it also brings new mind games to a certain character, like Lars. Lars suddenly has an unseeable low that deals huge damage. Woohoo! Hey! Hell sweep! Nice, I thought they were gonna do another hell sweep. Actually, good mind games.
Nice delay. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Oh, nice hop kick.
Nice combo.
Fuck you.
Combo. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
I walked forward. Nice mid. I was thinking of a hell sweep coming. Nice. Oh, I pressed one. Oh, wow, that looks painful. Oh, I thought that forced me crouch. Stop trying to challenge electrics. It's stupid. They are +5. Nice, good call.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down. Fight.
Ooh, nice. Ooh.
I hit Tekken.
Woo!
Excellent combo. Excellent tech. 리소 오피.
That was beautiful. We both did electrics, my mind is slightly faster. Woo! Basically a free install. Kind of like that, yeah. Like everyone got this rage install when they have like 20% health left. Or 30%. One of them. Actually, I never counted that one, so I have no idea. I can't believe I already found another opponent that's so good.
It's gonna be a murder now, bitch.
Bitch.
Okay.
Easy. Fight.
Oh, wait, yo, I was stepping. Whew, I'm dead. Yeah. Fuck you.
Nice combo.
Good shit, good shit. Get the fuck out of here.
What is that?
Fight.
Nice step. Stop trying to challenge that shit. Yeah. They were well away.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Okay.
Fight.
Woohoo!
I hit Tekken. Excellent tech.
Hell sweep!
I hit Tekken.
Woohoo! Ah! Nice.
So shit.
My name is Carl Johnson.
I never realized how strong Fold 4 is until now. It's linear, yes, but man, it plays well. Fold 4 is really strong. Even rate 15%. I think 50%, 15% is a little bit too low. Definitely not 15%.
Okay. Easy.
Fight. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I hit Tekken.
Nice. Oh.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight. Fuck you.
Woohoo! Hi, I pressed 1. Oh, I thought that's unsafe. Nice, that was a high crush.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Ooh. Oh. Ooh, high crush.
excellent combo.
Whip jab intentionally. That's not intentional, by the way. Ooh, okay, that's a bait. The classic. Ugh.
I hit Tekken. Excellent Tekken.
Ooh.
I hit Tekken.
Let's go.
Combo. Excellent combo. Excellent Tekken. This so OP.
Yeah, that was only 5 seconds left. They have to get in. And I got the 50%. It's not like this game has reverse guts from QT Gear, which would be the only possibility for that to look logical. Yeah, 50% is way too less for Tekken, which, you know, a game that doesn't have reverse guts. So apparently it activates at 41 HP, character having 175. 33.43% of their HP? Oh, what the fuck? I mean, 20. I'll count it as 25 then. Nice. Nice.
I hit Tekken. Excellent Tekken. I hit Tekken.
Ah, good shit. That was great. I was being dumb.
Fight.
Oh, nice mid. Hashish.
Excellent Tekken.
Woohoo.
I hit Tekken.
You fuck.
Excellent.
That was actually advanced tech.
Fucking
Fight.
I hit Tekken. Excellent. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거.
Fight.
Oh my god, I pressed one. They did not expect that.
Excellent tech. Nice combo. Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
I pressed one like a dumb. Not that punishable.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. Excellent tech. Riso OP.
See, the thing is, if I see Jin do that stance, fucking just do 1+2, man. Destroy them with 1+2. 1+2 is a mid, 12 frames, knocks down, 12 frame, knocks down. Abuse that shit, man. Abuse that shit.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Oh, you go. I was stepping. Whoa! Holy shit.
Fight.
That doesn't force crouch. No, 1+2. Ay, whoa! Okay, good.
Combo. Excellent combo.
Really good, really good.
Understand. Okay.
Fight.
Never heard. Oh, hell sweep, nice. Ooh, range. Slightly too short. Oh wow, fuck! I'm whiffing everything. Nice mid. Fuck you.
Fight.
Oh. I press 1+2. Nice mid, I low parried. Because I was very minus there.
So shit.
You know, now that I kinda recognize what situation am I in, like what situation, when am I minus, I can kinda recognize that. Maybe I can make use of the Sabaki parry, you know? Like at some point, like just now, I got tackled, I'm mega minus. I could parry the punches. High mid punches.
Okay.
I can make use of that shit. That's punishable. Let's go.
Combo.
Keep out.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Oh, hell sweep.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight. Fuck you.
Woo, nice. 1 2 minute down for once. Nice. Let's go. That was great.
excellent combo. Excellent tackle. This OP.
That was so much fun. Oh my god. Learn this way and learn. It's not Okami? No. It's Masanta Stories 2. I count that as quote unquote finished. I
Gonna be a
bet
murder now.
I beat Fatalis. With the help of Rivera bro, because I'm sincerely not enjoying the game as much anymore, so that's why I just kinda want to finish it. Hey! Woohoo, I'm dead. Oh, not that punishable. Ah, I'm stupid.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
I'm dead. Oh, I'm too late. Grade A launch. That's not punish. I'm low parried. Woohoo! I'm panicking. Yeah, I deserve that. I panicked.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Because nothing works just now, so I kind of panicked a little bit. That looks mega unsafe. I press 1. Oh, hell sweep.
Nice combo.
Oh, good thing I was ready to punish that.
combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
Fight.
Nice combo.
Woo! Breaking throws.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Hell sweep. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I do 2-2. Hell sweep!
I hate Tekken.
Ow, fuck.
Excellent tech.
Oh, I cannot rage out there. I was actually spamming rage out button. That was very scrubby. I'm sorry. I deserve that loss. I was spamming rage out buttons like, yeah, I'm not gonna eat this mix. But in the end, it's on a gap. It's a true 50-50. I cannot armor through it. Good shit. That was really good. That was really fun. I love that matches. Holy shit. Misty's have become harder to throw. I cannot believe I'm actually breaking throws as well. Right? Maybe after years of playing Tekken, I can finally break throws. Like, finally. Combos are not hard to throw. Combos are pretty light. You're right. Yeah, you're right. As a kobold myself, can confirm. Yeah. Oh fuck! I don't want to fight a Lily. No, Lily is too toxic. I don't want Lily. AR grind, yes. I'll put it as next week. How about that? Like Sunday. Because tomorrow I'm planning on playing Skyrim. I'll try to recover my save file.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that a Shemix? Fair enough. I'm not surprised. Jesus, do you ever stop?
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that? Fight.
Cool beans? Cool beans? I didn't break it. Ooh.
Excellent combo. I can't understand.
Very scary. Lily has too much good tools. Ever since they buffed Lily, Lily's like fucking the next level Leroy. Leroy is not even as scary as Lily now. Lily is fucking stupid. You basically press buttons to win. Like, you can just keep pressing. You don't need to have a care in the world, honestly. You know, blocked, they have to hold this mix. You know, that's Lily. See? See what I mean? They can just push all the buttons possible. Like, because Lily's buttons has good range, good tracking, and the mix is good, and it's Mega Plus all the time. That's what Lily is. That's why I don't really hate Leroy anymore as much. Leroy and fuck around got nerfed to shit. And then they somehow buff Fang and Lily into batshit insane characters. And Kuni, well, Kuni is still Kuni, so Fang is the most stupid character in the game currently.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I had a feeling. It's Tekken matchmaking. I'm not even surprised at this point.
crois sûrement pas que tu peux me battre.
오케이. 이지.
Fight.
Do I mean everything is plus? What can I do? There's nothing I can do. Back sway, she has everything. And that backflip,
나이스 콤보.
huge range launcher. Fuck yeah, dude.
What is that?
Fight.
Nice.
I hit Tekken. I hit Tekken. Excellent 테크. 나이스 콤보. Excellent 콤보. I can't understand. Fucking.
Fight.
Ooh. I'll take it.
I hit Tekken.
I guess I just don't have Lily matchup knowledge.
아니 진짜 이 개새끼.
Oh, I don't have points. I only play Tekken to a casual level. I reckon. Oh, that move was splats? Alright.
콤보. Excellent 콤보.
Lady has too much good moves, honestly. Nah. I mean, they key shot from first match. I don't think they want a rematch. Hope you're doing good, right? Sorry about the drum noises. They're going ham with the Chinese lion dance training today. I mean, it happens every Sunday, so yeah.
New challenger.
Feels like Lily again. Welcome to Tekken 7 matchmaking.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Tekken 7 matchmaking, where when someone leaves, Tekken is like, no, you two play together. You know, you two should be good to each other, make friends. I don't care if the other one says don't want to play with you anymore. Fuck you, play together. God, Tekken 7 matchmaking somehow. Oh. It's okay. It's fine. Look, I'm okay with getting beat up all the time. I'm okay with that.
Tu crois sûrement pas que tu peux me battre.
Sounds like a childhood memory. I don't know.
이지.
Fight.
I cannot react to that move. And that move is too good. Although I can stab it.
I hit Tekken. Excellent 테크. I hit
I'm dead.
Tekken.
Good shit, good shit.
콤보. Excellent 콤보.
Whoa, they're being respectful? Oh my god. Nice. Nice mid. Nice low. Lily being respectful? Shit. Ooh, mid crush, okay.
I hate Tekken.
나이스
Ooh, Lily has a lot of high crush moves.
콤보. I can't understand.
Cannot just jet with Lily. Dead into grab? Okay. That's new to me. Okay, that's guaranteed. Cannot spike up like that. I press button.
I hate Tekken.
Nice mid. Nice mid.
Excellent.
Good shit, good shit. I ducked too much, I ducked too much.
Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
Lily is a little high crush move. You know, as a Heihachi main, I hate characters that has high crush moves. just because it actually is so fun to do, alright? The electric noises. Oh, we meet again. Hi. Our first opponent of the Tekken session today, and it's you again. You're gonna promo? Oh shit. Oh god, they say my sidestepping is A+. I don't think so. I mean, I do sidestep a lot. Kinda. A little bit. As a Heihachi, I have to. Heihachi has a really good movement. I don't get why they are training Chinese Lion dance when it's like...
Okay.
Let's do it. Oh, so that's your mix? I remember that move. Nice, that was a counter hit. Nice, I'm dead. I tried.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Whoa. Whoa. This guy's partying. Holy shit. This guy wants the promo. Dude, Yoshimitsu is crazy.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Flash, fair enough. This should be punishable, right?
나이스 콤보. excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 저 어떡해.
Fair enough. Nice flash. I may be dead. Ooh, that's unblockable. Alright. Good call. What the fuck? I'm not dead yet? Don't do that on me, man. I know what you're trying to do.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
That's my guaranteed. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, I'm dead.
나이스 콤보.
That was good. That was good.
엑셀런트 콤보.
Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
Is there a case of waiting for the opponent to run into an active hitbox at this ring? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's very easy to fall for it because it's... The hitbox is very deceiving of that move. It actually ended... The hitbox will end right before... It's not right before the spin ends. It's actually a little bit earlier. A little bit earlier than it seemed to be. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. God, I cannot react to that move. Hey!
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
What the fuck is that?
Good gods, man. Jesus. Guarantee. Should I take roll on that one? That shit's unblockable, man.
엑셀런트 콤보.
So that means I cannot respect Yoshimitsu too much? I ducked. I shouldn't be ducking against Yoshimitsu because that shit is... I'm dead. Where's that input delay? That input error?
엑셀런트 테크. 나이스 콤보.
Saw that coming.
엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
Nice flash.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Okay. Whoa. Uh-oh. Nice.
콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, it's safe to say that this Yoshimitsu is like growing. maybe when we first started playing with each other, maybe they just started like the session. Ah, I tried. Whoa, that launches? That low is unseeable.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
What the fuck is that?
Nice. I shouldn't have jabbed too much. Oh shit.
hate Tekken.
Oh, dodge hit. 1-2-1. Did not expect that.
Fucking
Ooh. That's guaranteed hit. I cannot block that.
nice combo. Excellent combo.
Why does everyone likes to key charge so much when they are going against an Heihachi?
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm getting pissed. Fuck me, dude. Like I know that's how Yoshimitsu is supposed to be played. Like Yoshimitsu is supposed to be, you know, make the opponent a clown, you know? I know that. Like right now I'm wearing a red nose, red wig, white makeup. I know. Why would you want to add salt to the wound? Just play the damn game. I shouldn't have taken over that one. I'm dead.
Wow! Nice delay. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Oh. Doesn't kill.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Nice. I need to learn to deal with that move. Nice combo. Oh, that was low range. Shit. Nice mid.
nice combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거. Nice combo. Excellent combo. Excellent technique. This OP.
Don't understand people sometimes. I mean, I guess it's fun to key charge at people when you win, but Jesus, man.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Oh, second hit, nice.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
Oh. Ooh, 2 hits.
nice combo.
That's unblockable.
Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거.
Fight.
Nice. I did 4-3. Don't take roll that one. Oh.
Nice combo.
Let's learn how to avoid that.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Excellent.
Right, just play the damn game. People can have fun without key charging. It's possible to have fun without key charging. Good games though, still. It's an odd thing to me to see that happen. What happened? Me getting mad? I'm sorry, I just really... Like, I know Yoshimitsu is like... Right? Yoshimitsu is the character that's trying to clown people. That's why they're like the party jank character. I know that for a fact. If I don't know the matchup knowledge, I'm gonna get clowned by Yoshimitsu, like, for sure. There's no way around it. I will get clowned. I accepted that fact. It still hurts, right? It hurts to get clowned on like that. to get clowned on like that. But I'm here to learn. And then you're trying to throw salt in wound to key charge like that, and then teabag and shit. Sorry. But man, like maybe to some of you here, look at me and then maybe I'm like a little baby. Maybe I am. It's just a mental thing, right? Maybe they do that for the mental damage and let me play worse, I guess. I get that could be the strategy as well, you know? Now key charge makes me mentally unstable. Yeah. It's a thing, I guess.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Whoa. That was fast. Jesus fuck.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Ooh, nice Spectre.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. Fucking fight.
Had feeling. Nice mid.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거. Fight.
Ooh! Green rank strand and it works against me? Shit, I don't deserve to be here. Nice. Jesus fuck, man! What do I do against that?
다운 메인. 한 다운.
Yeah, it doesn't work the second time, of course. That's fair, that's fair. People are eternal ruler. I need to understand that shit. Nice. Bad punish.
나이스
오!
콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
I never seen low rank and 4 rank before. So, I guess going against Hwarang like this might be a little bit tough for me. I get it. But I do know, you know, Hwarang down 3-4 is very painful to deal with. But hey, then that's their character.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Akumer? This guy seems good. But then again, I shouldn't judge people with their Tekken prowess. Maybe a little bit. Don't look at my Tekken prowess. It's a lie. I'm not that good. I play Tekken monthly. I cannot be that good. People do whatever talent they do because it works. It works. Yeah. It works against me very well.
Okay. Easy. Fight.
Oh, this guaranteed. Nice punish.
Wow! Nice delay. What
I'll
the
take it.
fuck is that? Fight.
Nice. Guaranteed. Oh. Ooh. Oh, nice. Good job.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Nice mid. I saw him duck and I thought down force coming. What prompted you to do that? Ooh, nice homing. Good call, man.
Fight.
Nice. But that combo feels like Green Lang combo, doesn't it?
nice combo.
That worked way better than I thought.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Nice, good call. I ducked. Nice.
Nice
You know what? Good. That was really good.
excellent combo.
Get ready for the next battle.
If this is a result of playing once or twice per month, may have no idea what the scope of scary you could be with regular training. I don't see that possible. I cannot play a single game for... I can play a single game straight, like, lots of days. I don't do that. I cannot... I don't think my brain likes it. Ooh, nice. Oh, nice mid, fuck. I messed up. Ooh. Let's go! Oh my god, I'll take it.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Nice mid. Nice grab. Who is that? Thank you very much. Just a second. Whoever you are, you're amazing. Thank you. I messed up. What'd I do? Oh, nice though. That person pops. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Thank you. We'll come right in. Sounds for a movement pattern here. The dippy? Alright. I should stop doing that. Come.
Nice combo.
I hope everyone's having a day, night as amazing as you all are. Wow! Same to you, thank you. I'm doing well, I'm doing pretty well. I hope you are too. Nice DP. I thought that's punishable? Oh my god, you just DP whenever. I'm dead. Yeah, that was a whip punish. Good shit, good shit. I misinput the down 4, you know? I deserve this.
Tekken is no shit game. Such game.
Get ready for the next battle.
Also for evil chat. What the fuck? No, no. Evil champ? No heckin' way, man. I don't even. I can't even play against red ranks. I cannot. I'm just gonna get bodied in there. I just play for casual fun. Once or twice per month. My voice, oh my god, it's gone. Once or twice per month.
Nice combo.
I'll take it.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Okay. Clean hit, alright. Nice, that was a setup.
Nice
Fair enough,
combo.
fair enough.
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
Not like that. Yeah. It feels like they are practicing Akuma. They are doing like the basic Akuma combos currently. But they have really good fundamentals.
nice combo. Excellent combo.
Your voice is so cute. Oh my god. No. I don't know. I stuck. Ooh, nice. Oh, the clean hits. Nice mid, I ducked.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Grab? Oh, where are you aiming at?
Nice combo.
I'll take it.
Excellent combo. Excellent tech. Liso OP.
Big nodders. Mmm.
Get ready for the next
My PC can handle big nodders. Hi, Legs. Welcome, welcome. Heihachi does how much damage? Heihachi's beautiful damage. With no lows. I wish I was decent in this game. I don't know when I started trying to get good at this game. It was about like 3 years ago, I think. Somewhere around that time. Giga's made? Oh my god, let's go. It's so rare to see a Giga's made. Nice.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
Hope you're doing good, Legs. Welcome in. Oh, kick.
Nice combo.
That was a misinput, I'm sorry.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
Nice. What? What are you trying to do? Why did you try to get out the wall? Anka bunga, ooga booga, ooh. I mean, Heihachi is kind of a ooga booga as well. Kinda. Chinchilla herself likes big characters and obscure characters. I like hard characters. Something about them appeals to me a lot.
Fight.
I'm doing alright, gonna get breakfast soon. How's the matches been? Match has been pretty good, honestly. And hope you had good breakfast. Ooh, that was nice. Oh god.
I hate Tekken. I hate Tekken.
nice combo.
I'll take it.
Excellent combo.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Easy punish. No. Oh. Let's go, rage damage.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Easy characters with attacks. Fair, I can respect that. Rekka characters, personally, yo. Rekka doesn't work well with me. I'm not really good with, like, Rekka stuff. Who's Videl? Videl is a character in Dragon Ball FighterZ. Let's go. Oh, okay, fair. Oh. Oh, nice.
excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼.
Don't know Devil Fighters. 17? Oh yeah, true. 17 is as well. 17 is a really fun regular character. I play a little bit of 17, but it just doesn't click with me. But I like 17 as a character in general. No punish. Oh, he tried. That was difficult. Ooh,
나이스
okay.
콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. Calm down, man. Calm down.
BFTG? What's a BFTG? I tried. I ducked. That was a 50-50. I didn't block. Good stuff. Those rush down, very scary. I main Beerus, Roshi, and Janemba. Ooh, I used to play a little bit of Dragon Ball Fighters. I main Beerus, of course. The Broly not green hair one. The Broly that is not green hair. Not green hair thing. Maybe it's Super Broly? Sorry, I don't know where my voice is gone. Oh, I didn't break it. I'll take it. Super hardy. Yeah, he looks really good. Just give her a dragon, I'll play it. You know what? I cannot argue with that. That's very true. A dragon character? Put it in. I'm gonna play it whole day long. Where's my Promised Wonderland of a fighting game with dragon characters, huh? Can I stop messing up? Nice mid. BP? Fair. It is Akuma.
I can't understand. Fucking
Nice.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해 이거.
Oh, I pressed one. They like to get up options, don't they?
엑셀런트 콤보. Calm down, man.
Shuriken the Radiant. I used to play Akuma in Masanto. Yeah, I do. Nice mid. I keep getting red like a bug. Yeah, like this.
나이스 콤보.
By what I mean by having good fundamentals, this guy reads me like crazy. Return for Ant Helm. Alright, sorry person. Sorry that person. That person. Want to be like the Akuma player? Same. I cannot read people's mind. Or maybe I'm just too obvious in terms of like where I'll block. Maybe I'm just too obvious. Yeah. Welcome back, that person.
Fight.
I hit Tekken. Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Hello?
I hit Tekken.
I ducked.
Combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Fucking
Fight.
Oh. Nice punish.
I hit Tekken. Excellent tackle.
Oh, good call. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by I'm too obvious.
Fight.
They seem to know what I'm trying to do like most of the time, which is like very scary. Nice.
I hit Tekken. Nice
Okay.
combo. Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Woohoo. Oh, good call. Nice, I low parried. Yeah, that's the good shit. Just do what I do and play random. I mean, honestly, back then I would just say that as well. It's like, yeah, I need to play more random. I think it's more than now that I play more of this, it's more like maybe it's not trying to play more random, but trying to change up the timings, mix up stuff that I do. That counts as what I meant by random, right? At least that's how I feel anyway. Adding more characters of Dimension Traveler or Dimension Traveler? So we got Heihachi in Tekken 8, huh? How much can I mess up?
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
I hate Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. fucking
Fight.
Nice disrespect.
I hate Tekken.
He's like a punish. I'm dead. I should have waited for that one.
엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Fight.
Clean hit. Yeah, this guy is practicing Akuma. They just have really good fundamentals.
I hate Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
Got him.
엑셀런트 태클. 리소 OP.
Yeah, learning against Akuma is pretty fun, honestly. Like I have to throw some usual Tekken stuff away. Some just suddenly goes ham on defensive or rushing in stupidly instead. I do that when I play Tianhuo in Damn Spring Hurts. Yeah. Fatalis also for something though I don't really remember. Gomagla also for that Capcom Mask collab that happened in the Mega Man universe. Ooh. At least no more record loss. Not saying that I hate record loss, but like too much record loss in games. That's a setup.
I hate Tekken. I hate Tekken.
엑셀런트 태클. 나이스 콤보.
Right.
엑셀런트 콤보.
Red lost in the Smash universe, and also King. Wait, no, not King of Fighters. Wait, which game is Red lost again? I know this more. Nice. Oh, okay, fair enough. Nice mid. I was stuck in for 10 years. Ah! Nice.
엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. fucking
Fight.
That's right, I disrespect the plus frames.
I hate Tekken. 나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Fight.
Nice, that was a setup. I'm so bad at the right side. They're so gonna notice this. Oh!
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
I'll take it. Nice.
엑셀런트 콤보. 엑셀런트 테크. 리소 OP.
Rathalos in the Final Fantasy universe? Huh? Since when Rathalos appear in Final Fantasy? One of the Smash games? Yeah. Smash Ultimate has Rathalos, yeah. That's where the Rathalos was. Never looked much at classic mode. Oh yeah, it is classic mode. It's like some sort of an adventure mode. I never played Ultimate, so I have no idea. But I do know that Rathalos is in the game.
오케이. 이지.
Fight.
Nice. Oh. Doesn't work that way. Oh, Narix! Narix, what have you done? Narix! Oh god!
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. What the fuck is that?
I...
Fight.
Sorry, my PC is not that strong to be able to handle that much things at once. Nice mid. Let's go.
엑셀런트 콤보. I can
This double turn.
Fight.
It's okay. I didn't expect that as well. Yeah. Yeah. I may be dead.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해요 이거.
Fight.
Nice. Oh, I didn't punish that. I don't deserve to be here anymore. Fair enough, I should have expected that. Ooh, the low. Good shit.
엑셀런트 콤보. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Ooh, did I just eat that? Did I just eat that projectile? With my electric? That's cool as fuck. Oh. Ay. Fair. Fair.
So shit game. Such game.
Fist be hungry? That was really cool though. I didn't know electric can eat up a projectile.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
I hit Tekken. Nice combo.
12 frame mid?
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
I hit Tekken.
That is cool as fuck, hello?
Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking.
Fight.
I hit Tekken. Excellent tech.
Nice.
combo. Excellent combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Fight.
I hit Tekken.
Nice.
I hit Tekken.
Nice.
Nice combo.
Oh, risk my life blocking low.
Excellent tech. This one.
Any mid could have killed me there. But I don't know why I decided to block low. Because that down 4 would not have killed. But it will put me in a really bad situation. God, this is so good.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Yeah, nice. Doesn't work that way.
I hit Tekken.
Nice. That was a punish.
Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Nice mid. Nice punish. Woo,
Nice
okay.
combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking.
Fight.
Ooh, I'm dead. Oh, that's a conversion? Damn. Good stuff. Nice.
combo. Excellent combo.
I could try to parry there, I think. If they do demon flip, whatever that dive kick is, I'm very minus. I can try Sabaki. I could try Sabaki there. I could. See if I can react to it. Right now, I try to react to 4-3. Right, because after they do 4-3, they will do dig jab 2-1 into something. Or 1-1 into dig jab something. So I'm trying to react to that and low parry those things. Let them know that I know what they're trying to do.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
Ooh. Yeah, this... I don't think I have enough time to parry. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. Low? Oh my god. Akuma has too much scary lows, honestly.
Fight.
Fair enough.
Nice combo. Excellent combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
It's guaranteed.
I hate Tekken. I hate Tekken.
excellent tech. Nice delay. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Fight.
Nice mid. I was thinking of down 4 there. I cannot interrupt that. I think that's that. Yeah, good stuff.
Excellent combo. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Clean pick. Oh no! You know what? Good call. That was a good DP. It's tough, man. I cannot do Oki against Akuma because they can just wake up DP.
For the next battle.
This is why we've got Behemoth in the world. Because there's no Akuma trying to kill Behemoth. You know what? You're right. That's why we are Behemoth in the world.
Okay.
Akuma wasn't present. Oh, that's tracking.
I hit Tekken.
Oh.
I hit Tekken.
Oh.
나이스 콤보.
Should have blocked there. I don't know why I tried to down 4.
Fight.
Yep. I ducked.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. fucking
Fight.
I ducked the last second. Mmm.
나이스 콤보.
I see why Akuma is very hated now. I see why Akuma is so hated throughout the whole Tekken community. This defies Tekken logic. When you're at the ground, you're supposed to eat a mix, but not Akuma. Akuma just wake up DP. Fuck you. God. It's damning to play against Akuma. Jesus.
Fight.
I hit Tekken. I hit Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. What the fuck is that?
Share the full counter pun almost every check. Can be converted into FATC, Give it a low damage, yep. I mean, that's not the... I mean, that's the point, yes. Damage is one thing, but I don't care about that because FADC requires execution, so... I guess... But that's... The point that hating Akuma is that Akuma shits on Okizeme situations. Wake up DP is so damning in Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. fucking
Fight.
Like, there's something that requires execution, but not DP. Baiting wake up move in Tekken? God.
아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
Fight.
Forbidden. What are you trying to do? I wonder if this guy's break throws. I should try one generic throw against him. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, I see why. Oh my god. I ducked.
I hit Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트
Jesus
콤보.
fucking Christ, man. Gonna go open up the lights. Hey, super speed. Okay. That was super fast. Okay. Preposterous. Baiting wake up moves in Tekken. Blasphemy. That shit is unheard of in the Tekken universe.
오케이. 이지.
Fight.
DP. On minor situations, DP, it's not even Oki.
I hate Tekken. 엑셀런트 테크. I hate Tekken. 나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
I hate Tekken.
I mean, never mind DP. Akuma is like some of the best poking tool in the game.
I hate Tekken. 엑셀런트 테크.
Nice, that tracks.
엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. Fucking.
Fight.
No punish.
I hate Tekken. 나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
I think I found the answer to the jump. To this, I need to react to the first hit then. Nice mid.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
The jump. Now there's so much things to look out for. I think my brain is actually fried. There's too many things to look out for with Akuma. DP alone is enough to break me. Feels like.
오케이. 이지.
Fight.
Not that punishable.
Wow. Nice delay. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Hey, not one, back one. Where's my wall splat? Oh my god, I got robbed. Okay. String tracks.
Combo. I can't understand. Fucking
Fight.
I hate Tekken.
Thanks, game.
Combo. Excellent.
Literally mashing DP.
Fight.
I hate Tekken.
I ducked.
I hate Tekken. Nice
Ooh.
combo. Excellent combo. Tekken is so shit game. Trash game.
Get ready.
Actually painful.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
It was a clean hit so far away. I assume that's a misinput. Mm-hmm.
I hate Tekken. Nice combo. Excellent combo. What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Oh my god.
I hate Tekken. Excellent tech. Nice
Fair enough.
combo.
Number 1 to his master team. Was thing 1 then, right? Okay.
Fight.
Hi, Mies. Fuck you, man. Jesus. I'm tired.
I hate Tekken.
That is actually fucking cool. I'll take it.
combo. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡해.
Fight.
Oh, I ducked.
I hate Tekken.
Excellent Tekken.
Hey,
Nice combo.
I was backdashing a little bit too slowly. I just need to do it once. The demon flip cancel. The demon flip cancel. I need to do back to 1 against it. I need to do it at least once, or else I will not be happy. Set connection preference to 1 bar so I can snipe you instead. I mean, oh god. If 1 bar I'm gonna get meshed around people all over the world, it's gonna be hard to snipe me. Nice combo. I feel like that one is like, That downfall one somehow brought the combo back. It's like, oh yeah. At least that feels good. Right. Should respect that now.
I hate Tekken.
Nice combo.
Okay.
Excellent combo.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Oh. Oh my god, that reach.
Excellent combo. I can't understand you. Okay.
Fight.
I didn't do it.
I hate Tekken.
Nice combo.
Are you a furry?
Excellent
Maybe not. I don't know. I could be a furry. Oh, nice. But I don't know if I'm one though. Like, I can't be sure. Shit. Well, all jokes aside, I'm one. Oh, wait, they're changing the playstyle? A little bit? Alright.
Nice combo.
You like Roger Jr.? Yeah, I do want Roger Jr. to come back to Tekken 8. If possible, Alex as well. I was hoping for them to come back for Tekken 8. Hi, Sneaky.
Okay. Easy.
Fight.
No punish, let's go. I didn't do it. I don't know why I did that.
I hate Tekken.
Nice combo. Excellent combo.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Not fast enough? I thought I can do that.
I hate Tekken.
Jab doesn't work. I tried it too many times already.
나이스 콤보.
The range on that shit, man.
I can't
Jeez.
understand. fucking
Fight.
I forgot about DP. Nice combo.
I hate Tekken. I hate Tekken.
I know why brother try to do buns after I hit them.
Tekken is so shit game.
If crazy, you can electric him out demon flip, but there's too many buns they can beat out of it. Misha can crouch dash under demon flip and take his back. While saying 2 demon flip, you can crouch dash under 100% of all mix up. Yeah, I was trying to back 2-1 was saying 2 demon flip. Seems possible.
Okay.
Did it like once or twice just now? I was like, I'm gonna do it I'm gonna do it consciously. I need to stop that. I didn't do it.
I hate Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보.
What the fuck is that?
Fight.
Guess not.
I hate Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. I can't understand. fucking
Fight.
Oy, how much can I mess up? Guess I played too much.
I hate Tekken.
That could work.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. 아니 진짜 이 개새끼 진짜 어떡하냐 이거.
Fight.
A mid is the answer? I cannot believe it. The demon flip throw is that, do I have to crouch to avoid the throw? Is that it? They tried.
I hate Tekken.
나이스 콤보. 엑셀런트 콤보. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Fight.
Nice punish.
I hate Tekken.
나이스 콤보.
Okay.
엑셀런트 콤보.
Actually respected the DP.
리소 오피.
As a Heihachi, have to respect someone on wall? It's like the most painful shit I have to go through. Ugh. It's not too useful where you can also electric fireballs to delete them. So it did happen! It happened once just now and it's like, oh my god. Alright, GG's, thanks for letting me learn Akuma. Like I said, Crush Test would beat 100% of the Demon Flip mix-ups if he's Demon Flipping from Wasteland 2. I don't think I can react to Wasteland 2 Demon Flip that fast enough. Time to learn, I guess. I mean, my monthly Tekken session definitely gonna help. I mean, playing Tekken once a month, it's not really helping me improving the game. Yeah, no. Let me go practice for a little bit. I'm gonna try doing Rage Drive Omen in practice. Been a while since I last did that one. I can't even do Omen consistently. Let me just do the basic combo. Yeah. I can't even do basic. Look at that. I guess my hands are too tired now. Whoa. I figured that I look so stunner. You know what, just oh. There's so many further noises. Why? I hate Tekken. My right ear is loving this. By the way, how many of the hydration redeems did you do? I did. Oh, I think I didn't do. How many hydrations did I did? Fuck, I don't remember. I did hydrate, yeah. My water bottle is empty now. I still have some coffee left, however. There it is. I hate Tekken. That was almost good. I hate Tekken. Hello? Whoa. Why is it hard as fuck? This way, okay. Let me recognize this. This way, feeling. Yeah. I hate Tekken. I will kick him. Oh, that is very close actually. Oh, I will kick him. It's now canon. Hello?
Excellent tech. I hate Tekken. I hate Tekken. Excellent tech. I hate Tekken. I hate Tekken.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Minus 12 on block? A high that's punishable?
Excellent tech.
Oh my god.
Tekken. Excellent tech. I hate Tekken. Excellent tech.
I can.
Excellent tech. Excellent tech.
Excellent Teku! I hate Tekken! Excellent Teku!
Excellent tech.
This is why I have to suffer when I play practice mode.
Excellent tech.
It's a good kind of suffering.
Excellent tech.
Oh, that is okay. That is hard as fuck. I hate Tekken! Alright, turn it off, turn it off.
Excellent Tekken, I hate Tekken. Excellent Tekken, I hate Tekken. Excellent Tekken, I hate Tekken.
Excellent Tekken. Excellent Teku! That's like excellent tech, I think. TECH. And then because it's Korean, it's like excellent Teku! Excellent Teku! So good. Let me hydrate with coffee. They want to. Oh, true though. I never get. Never thought about that. Well, in general, I still had fun today. We beat. I mean, I beaten Fatalis. Here, let me see if this works. All right, I have this, and then Control Shift 1. Oh my god! Oh my god! Hotkeys! I cannot believe it. This Cobalt is evolving. Albeit it's a little bit jank. There.
No.
Oh yeah, I need to look at the 14 and Masanto World collaboration. How long is this? 2 minutes? Let's go. Can't find an official trailer for the regulars review in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Why am I getting bullied? I'm just a little kobo. Ow. Did I watch this before? I never watched that before. This one. Here, why you guys eat stuff at me? I can still look at this. I mean, I'm small. It should be fine. Square Enix. I'm spinning. Is this Final Fantasy 14? It's a special raid boss. Why do you put raid for quote unquote? Baliko! Oh my god, it's so fucking adorable. It's a raid by you with a light team, 4 players. Oh! So usually a raid consists of how many? 20, 30 in Final Fantasy 14? Oh, it's a world music. Let's go. Dude, that looks so good. Potion is limited to 10 per player and it's the only way to heal up to 50%. That's fair. So they want to make it really... He has no tank aggro, he looks at you, he attacks you. Oh, so they're trying to make it like they're trying to make it like actual Monster Hunter fight. That's good. Yeah, actually Monster Hunter. Eh. Also, thank you, Lex. There was a lot of throws. Release day was interesting. Looks good, not gonna lie. Oh, I'm blocking the thing. There, it's okay. Poogie. I'm blocking the Poogie. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Noting aggro sounds like a nightmare. It is Monster Hunter. So you can have a Rathalos mount in Final Fantasy 14? Is that what I understand? As a flying mount? Ooh. Cool beans. You know, last night I've been listening to this music and I'm loving it. Pokemon fans should know what this music is. Nah, just joking. This is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet South Province, like overworld theme, and it's just pure piano goodness. It's like hell yeah, it's so good. So beautiful too. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon music has always been amazing, in my opinion. That is. My son's stories too. Where you at? I don't know. Alright, so tonight what am I gonna do? Tonight there's two things I need to accomplish. I need to figure out if I can replay or like re-enable my previous save file in Skyrim. And if I can, I'll stream it tomorrow. If I cannot, I'll still stream it tomorrow and playing a fresh save. No, lately has been a little bit. It has been a little stressful in the house, a little bit. So I guess I just kind of want to. I just kind of want to play games that I do enjoy playing. So might have to postpone a bit of a story-driven games. Sorry in advance. Sorry. It should be as easy as putting all the backup folders in place. But what I'm afraid is this one thing is because I downgraded the Skyrim, like the Skyrim folder into 1.5.97 for modding purposes, and then my previous like my first ever save file is like anniversary edition 1.61. So I put the backup for everything in, not just the saves. I only got the saves. It should be fine. I'm gonna try it tonight. If not, I'll just replay the game. It's fine. Hi, Ro. Hi. There's a cute dragon after doing out. Ooh, thank you. A kobold, but close enough. I'm actually a dragon. Haha. Hi, Taro. Also, thank you. Oh, no. Don't be sorry. It's totally fine. It's okay. Please. It's fine. I wish you a nice Sunday. I wish you a nice Sunday too, Taro. Even if it's not Sunday for you, or it is, I don't know. I wish everyone a good Sunday. Can we just go 100 sneak in the tutorial and go stealth build for something new? 100 sneak in tutorial. It's gonna take so long. Gosh, I'm honestly not sure who to raid. Hope you have a good Sunday so far. Oh yeah, totally. I played a bunch of Tekken and I had so much fun. Tekken was great. What are you going to do right now? I'm finding a raid target because it's like, let's see, it's 7 p.m. over here and I feel like I kind of want to get some dinner. I'm hungry. I want food. That sounds really fun. Definitely. Although there are some salty moments, I'm sorry. But seriously though, it was really fun. Compatible? Oh god.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
You're a girl. I'm biologically a boy, but I do identify as she, they. So, yeah. I guess I'm kind of a trans myself. It just makes me feel happier. Imagine having horns. What do you mean? Oh yeah, you don't have horns. Right? You don't have horns. Because... who's it gonna Valstrax? Wait, Valstrax? Oh, not your Val OC. Oh shit. Let me double check just in case. Definitely not me having an excuse to look at it again. Those spikes don't count as horns, don't they? Gosh, the blue glow though. A bit of wow, tarot. Appreciate, thank you. I'm a guy, he, him. Alright. Got it. I respect that. I assume you went to click on the spoiler photo. Oh, did I? Which one? Is there a spoiler photo? Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Meow. Thank yous meow OW for meow strem less than 3.
Less than 3. Yeah, less than 3 to all of you as well. I never said this, but thank you all for really respecting my pronouns and shit. Appreciate that big time. Why am I becoming RGB? I honestly have no idea who to raid. Now you're mine. I'll call my mom. I'll call my mom. Oh wait, that could be a joke for my characters. Oh my god, that's so clever though. What? Oh shit! What if I make? Yeah, the snake lady. What if the snake lady is actually Kobold's mom? Oh shit! Oh no! Wait, no. Yeah. I don't know. I'll ask your mom for permission. Thank you for the 5 bits, though.
sincerely have no idea who to raid. Stink. I don't want to raid Death Hex. Because it feels like Death Hex does require some help. That was a long one. Stinky! Stink! Stinkity stink! Thanks for the friend. Thank you. I have to thank you for being here. Oh my god! Yeah, it feels like Death Hex needs some Death Hex needs some help apparently. There's like delaying rent and incentives. Yeah, for survival. Yeah, that's Raven. Yeah. And I hope this actually helps him a lot. Hopefully, he's for the best. Okay, I should flood everything first. Alright, let me summon Bernie. Hey, Bernie, come here. Tell them, brother, tell them.
Alright, once again, asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. I do have a coffee, right? And a Discord. Discord is usually where I post updates. Especially tonight, I do want to make an announcement that next Sunday, this Sunday will be a little bit of a special stream. You know, consider it as like an 800 follower celebration.
Right, I do want to like make an announcement. Oh, there goes the beep beep boop boop mic. Sorry with the garbled mic, but everything else sounds fine. Yeah. Because I only have beep beep boop boop mic. Raidfully too. Not there. don't have new raid don't have new raid commands yet. Here, let me type the raid real quick. Des X. There. We'll be going to raid Des. Okay, type in the raid. Good. Raid dragon. Raid dragon. Raid motor search. Truly not. No, I haven't made a secret raid message yet. Maybe I should make a raid tree, huh? Okay, I type in the raid already. Yeah, tomorrow I'll definitely be streaming Skyrim because I do love the game. Secret raid. Raid tree. Okay, before that being before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Don't use this ribbon. Know that you guys all love, you guys all valid, and you guys all matter. Very, very valuable. Yeah. So yeah, and here comes the raid to Des Hex. Also tomorrow, Skyrim. I will try my best to recover my save file then. Big tiger hug to Droxy. Ooh, I'll take it. Don't squish the boat too hard though. Raid Droxen is the best room. Oh god. Uh-oh. I saw something. That just went to be right back. I'm still gonna raid anyway. Can I? Or do I find I'm gonna raid him. You know what? Just watch all if you are not subbed to the channel, watch all his ads. Help him, alright? Give him more viewership. It's gonna help, alright? Here's the raid message. I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah? I'm still gonna rate him. Yeah, raid while they're not looking. Stealth. Thank you, Narix. Sneak in. Sneak level. Oh, Morkneck. Oh my god, it's been a long time. How are you doing? Hopefully everything with the doctor's visit and everything and your situation is getting better. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sorry, Morkneck. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow. Bye 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 bye. The old coin stab. Yeah. Gosh, hey. I love him.